Hello everyone! Now, how are you all doing? I am here, slightly overpowered. I should really be wearing my radio mic. I know someone has sent me a nice radio mic to use, but I don't intend standing up for long because I've managed to hurt my leg again. This time, stopping my dog getting hurt while walking it. Someone was being an idiot. It happens, but it does mean that occasionally, yeah, you hurt your leg again. So you're also going to see me at some point strapping it up again. And I need to get the books down, and I know what my list of 6 books were, and I've got 3 of them. 4 of them. 5 of them. And there's number 6. Oh, that was stupid. That was stupid. Okay. Okay, Alex. Fudge! Oh, this is going to hurt, whatever I do. Alright. Yeah. That was stupid. Fudge. There we go. All 6 books acquired. Right, hello everyone. I will be saying hello personally in a second. Just let me apply a strap. Should have done that before jumping around. You're not as young as you used to be, old boy. You're not as young as you used to be. By any stretch of the imagination. Any stretch of the imagination. Ay, caramba, you're old man. Oh. Oh. I'm just strap up now. You'd prefer to not watch me injure myself live on camera. I prefer not to injure myself live on camera. This is one of the reasons why we are doing the trip to Canada, to Australia, as a 4. And why we did the trip to Canada as a 4 worked out quite so well. And why we need your help to make sure it happens. Hang on. Yeah, that's still tight enough. Hello. I haven't seen any dragons. Not recently. Let's get this in order. Honestly, this could otherwise be known as Hobbs and Wrag, but we'll leave that to one side. Well, actually, no. There's only one Wrag, there's only one Hobbs. It's a lot of Davids. Oh, well. Hello everyone. Hello Byron Newman, hello Peter Dawson, hello John Shea, hello Jack Ray, hello Mark Harkness, hello Runon, hello Captain Seaforth, hello John Culver, hello Michael Cooch, hello DG40, hello History Vanguard, hello Tanner Felker, hello George Calvin. I didn't say hello George Newman, no. I said hello Byron Newman, hello George Newman as well. Hello Calvin Gasberg, hello HMS Verdun, hello Abzaski, hello Steve Richards. Hello Wayne, hello Mr. Serenity's End. I wanted to call you Serendipity for some reason. Hello Michael Phillips, hello Captain Seaforth, hello Tasha Duvashar, hello Clinda Stewart, hello Runon, hello Matthew Meek, hello Jane Ingoff, hello Darius Radotsky, hello DH89, hello Frame 15, hello Garius the Brit. Hot strap action against the views. It possibly does. Right then. So, first off, what are we starting with? Well, we're starting with me showing you this, I think, because I've got 2 things I should show you today before I really get into the normal discussion. And one of them is ship shape and our expedition to Australia. And the other one is Patreon, because, well, as you all know, Patreon, we've currently got a vote live, and it finishes very shortly. In fact, has it finished yet? No. It's got 4 days left. And also, the proposal system is going to go live for May shortly. So, I'm going to add a source. Always good when you add a source. And and we do that. There we go. There you go. So I can put it in there. Right then, what have we got? At the moment, we've got 12 votes for Runon. Stalin gets his dream battleship battlecruiser fleet. That's going to be fun. We've got 11 votes for Greg Wake. We've got what would battleship and cruiser guns look like if modern technology was applied to them. That's going to be an interesting one, actually. It could be difficult in that regard, but interesting. It's going to depend on what technology we can apply to it. Karl Harshaw, again, Austrian-Hungarian pre-dreadnought, so dreadnought development. That's cool. That's 11. And on 10 votes, Blackburn Maximuses. Fisher and Beatty are on the ship SS. It's amazing. That one started off slow, but has now come up and is now in a solid 4th. There are a couple on 9. There's actually 3 on 9. There's Runon's second one, gas turbines for ships, not aircraft, in early mid-20s. And we've got Steve Clarke's The Western Approaches Tactical Unit. And we have Danny Wright, Italian Force and Infrastructure in the Red Sea. Now, here's the question. Would you prefer me to make the suggestions for May go live tomorrow, while this is still being voted on? Or would you like me to leave it till this is finished, so that anyone who wants to add in their suggestions for the May selection will get it far more easily? But there again, it'll be more rush suggestion period. So which is preferred? And what I'll do is I'll add a little Q&A, a little poll. Go live. And there you go. Poll is live. So I'll have that live for a few minutes. And while I'm doing that poll is live, I'm going to do this and talk about the Expedition Australia, which you all already should have seen. Garius is wandering around in the chat, being very helpful. He's a very good friend of the channel, and he's a very nice person. And let's see, add as moderator. Yep. So as you can see, we are currently at £2,387 of 42,000. Now we have a go no go figure, and it's not 42,000. 42,000 is basically the dream trip, but I didn't want us to be in a scenario whereby we were proposing, I kept going back to you and going, well, we need more money if you want to do X, Y, or Z. Basically, we've put up, this is the amount of money we need to do to be able to do everything as well as we can do it, as well in the way we would prefer to do it. And we have a figure for what we need to do it if we want all for us to still go and all for us to be able to get round there, and we do the best we can figure. So we have a best we can figure. This is on its way, but we do need more. And thank you very much to everyone who's already donated. It's really, really kind of you. And there are really, really cool things. I know that specifically the captain rank is the most attractive to Garius, because Garius would really like us to get enough people to put it to vote in for vote in this, so that we can get Kane Jameson and basically she has promised you to do this to provide naval commentary on us refighting the Battle of Trafalgar. Drakenfell and John Bull and will be facing off against me and Dr. Dan. So, in the nicest way, considering both I and Garius, who's John Bull in this scenario, really do love and really are very big fans of Collingwood, basically, Dan and Drakenfell will get to play Nelson, and we're competing for who gets to play Collingwood. And it depends on who you vote for, who gets to do what. So there, that is there. I'm Inglorious 32-inch Teleclown. Go for it. Mercy, because I know me and Drak can beat you, even the French. You think you can beat me, okay? You think you can beat me. There will be. I will put a link in the description below. So there will be a link to the ship shape down below, and I'll put also a link to the patron vote. Now, the whole thing really for all this is if we are successful in getting Australia and getting it through, our plan is to do a lot more stuff. And when I say a lot more stuff, I mean there are trips to Scandinavia planned, there are trips to Japan planned, there are trips basically everywhere planned. So, you know, we would really love to support, and we'd really love this to work, because it's also part of us proving that people are interested in naval history. To universities, to other organisations, that you know that people are interested in naval history, not just interested in a that's nice way, but interested in a we'll support you studying that, we'll support seeing more of that way. Thanks, my coach. Should you pipe us? Shouldn't the subscribers now hold rank? Should you pipe us aboard the chat? That'd be fun. If I can figure out a way to do that, and I can figure out a way as to which subscribers go on with which and which ranks they do, I will figure out a way to do that. I will, though. That room, I feel I am something of a BT. Don't worry, Dan. We'll work with it. Yeah, my coach, did you get my metro message about HMS Captain? Possibly somewhere, but I haven't been able to see it so far. So far, we seem to have 59% of the vote going for Monday. 59% of the vote going for Monday. For the May release. So they'll be released on Monday. Need a book plug? There's always going to be a shameless book plug at some point, but not today. I don't usually do one in the Bruships. I'm in glorious 32-inch. That is fun. But no, I would say we already have an admiral. I do know who the admiral is in the chat. I had a bet as to who our first admiral would be, with myself, but I had a bet and I was right. So thank you very much. That person will probably not want me calling them out, but thank you very much. They are a big part of the reason we are where we are now. And thank you everyone who has donated, and please, if other people haven't donated, and one of the fun things I know about my channel is you get the stats from YouTube. And I know that the majority of my viewers have not subscribed. Please do, I'd like to get to 10,000 soon. Because keep orbiting within 200 of it is just, you know, demoralizing. And more importantly, I know those people who don't subscribe do watch multiple videos. And so if people could please vote, please subscribe, and please donate to this, that'd be really, really nice and good, and a lot of help for naval history. Anyway, how is everyone doing? Let's get rid of that so we can get on to our normal stuff. How are we all doing? How is everyone doing today? We have some very good books. I will make sure I will put them in the system as we go. That's what I will do. I will put them in the system as we go. And of course, answer the questions as I always do. Thank you, History Vanguard. That's very kind of you. Michael, should you... I'd answer that one from Michael Cooch. Collingwood Road is in Hull. Cool. I think I'd feel safer on Drakside. This is because you've seen the amount of generals and admirals I get killed in Empire and Rome Total War, haven't you? They are just extra cavalry. Stop thinking of them as special units. They're just extra cavalry with occasional bonuses. That's all. Don't worry about them. They're not things you have to worry about. Vince Stewart, you're fighting with PayPal. Thank you. Oh, and Kevin Ree, I was subscribed, but for some reason YouTube appears to unsubscribe me. Have resubscribed. I've heard this kind of thing to other channels. There is a debate amongst us about whether it's 90 days or 2 months. But at some point, either the 60 or 90 day mark, it seems to be YouTube goes, oh, you've only watched so much of videos from this person, this channel you subscribe to, in the last X number of days, and so we've unsubscribed you. And I can understand why they do that, because there are benefits for, to a certain extent, you get a higher percentage return on advertisements, etc. The more subscribers you have. So I can understand that, but it is also mildly annoying for me. Mazarin, why do we know so little about Clemenceau classes, FS Fox, and Permit class SSA and USS Dark's career? Mainly because they weren't the famous sisters in their families. They weren't the famous sibling. So what's the going rate to get you to plug my books again? Basically, as we've been over, you owe me a Chinese takeaway whenever we meet up or something like that. That's my exorbitant fee within friends. But to be honest, you never owe me anything for talking about your books. They're good. There are certain people who have gone, why haven't you mentioned my book on your channel? And I go, what has my the response to your book been? You gave me a lot of helpful advice. I know, that was great. Was it a glowing review? No. So yes, my review is that on my channels I have an extremely large and loud megaphone compared to the average general reviewer. Therefore, if I put a negative review up here, I am going to absolutely hurt someone, which I don't want to do. So I only review books which I'm going to give at least a majoritively good review. It's like there are some books here which I wouldn't give 100% good review. There are critiques of them, but they are still definitely in these 70+% scenario. So as far as I'm concerned, they're well worth buying. Thank you, Jack Ray. But, you know, that's life. As for Fock, she really was the second sister. She really was. Clemenceau got all the attention. Fock got basically ignored. Jack Ray, I think they never unsubscribe premium accounts for channels. They don't unsubscribe premium channel accounts, I think, or at least I haven't heard of them doing that. And they don't unsubscribe people who've decided to sign up to a channel by becoming a channel member. But that's while they're a member, etc. I have plenty of channels that are far less frequent than that, and are still subscribed. I think I would hate to hazard a guess, but I do find this affects a certain branch of history far more than it affects other branches of history, from what I've heard. Although I would say I have not done an exhaustive study on this, and it's entirely anecdotal that I have heard about that. But it does seem to have more of an impact on a certain branch of history than other branches. Dan Verga, I know there's one book on the Skua. I saw a book of it on a video of it on armored carriers. Very good, mighty. Eric Brown. Enough said. There was also a YouTube massive unsub bug around 6 months ago. Yeah, that was fun. That's right. You missed my question. Would the French Brecker B112 Sirico have been a better choice for the French Navy than the Vought F8? In capacity and capability, probably not. But in terms of national pride, it would have certainly helped better. If anyone's nervous, would people like a picture of the Brecco? Because I've got one. Let me stick up a picture of us so you know what I'm talking about. It looks an absolutely gorgeous aircraft, but the trouble is in it was the electronics and the reliability of the engine as it was then. And it's one of those cases that it could have been an absolutely brilliant... There you go. It's the military factory image. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to use it, but it's a really cool website. Okay, military factories has a lot of cool images and information. And this was one of the coolest graphics, and I was using this the other day when I was teaching aero history. So actually, that's why I was sort of going. Probably why I didn't pick up your question, I'd think everyone, because I was sort of going, why is the Brigadier? And it is G, not Q, I think. BR 112 Serco. It would have been a better choice from national pride perspective. It could have also been an interesting choice from a European perspective, because there then becomes the possibility of maybe an Anglo-French project, which might have replaced the Phantom, and might have provided something ongoing, which might have been another bow in the string of the CVA-01, preventing it cancelled. But that wasn't to be. Spodsky, hello from hello to Chicago. Was US Ranger so vulnerable that one bomb hit could have sunk her? It would depend on the type of bomb and where it hit. Which sounds like a cop-out, but let's explain it. If you're talking of some of the later war anti-ship bombs, armor-piercing weapons, they would have plunged straight through her decks down to the lower base, and they'd been such a massive amount of explosive they could have blown out the hull. So they might not have sunk her, but they could well have broken her back and made her basically unusable for, anymore. There are other weapons which would have severely damaged her. She was very lightly constructed at the top, and with the American fuel management system, the FMS on the American carriers was in 1941-42 not up to the standard of what it would become. And that's one of the things it's like all things you find interesting. There are pockets of of things which the Americans do much better than the British, and there are pockets of things which the French do which are better than the British, and there are pocket things which the French do better than the Americans, and pockets of things the Americans do better than the French, and pockets of things the British do better than the Americans and French. And then you've got the Japanese and all the others in it as well. Everyone has sort of areas where some areas where they, strangely enough, they excel for some reason. And the British excel in naval warfare in terms of paranoia. And by this I mean the reason our cruisers all seem to have ASDIC and either ASDIC or hydrophone systems fitted to them so they could hear torpedoes coming is because of the paranoia over them getting sunk by like Abaca, Cressy and Hogue. And our fuel management system on our carriers is absolutely fantastic. And the reason it's fantastic, and the reason it's designed as it is because of World War I, where we lost the seaplane carrier to fire because of the fuel management system not being set up properly. And then we made an improved version of that, which we developed, and then we looked at some German vessels and looked at their fuel management system and decided they had even worse things wrong with them, but from their mistakes we learnt our own to spot some of our own mistakes. And by about the time you're dealing with things like Ark Royal and the Illustrious class, they're going to see with almost the 6th, 7th generation of British fuel management system. To such an extent that fuel management system is probably, without a doubt, one of the saving graces of the Illustrious class. We often think about that it's their survivability as their armor, etc. But no, the fact is that you don't get the fuel fires in the hangars. You don't get the fuel fires on deck, and the reason you don't is because the fuel's gone away. So the fact of the matter is they are very much more controlled thanks to their steel construction way, but also thanks to this fuel management system in terms of fire control. The sources of fuel for that fire are far more limited. So it works out well. H1, I sent you a message about meetups on Discord. My apologies if it was badly phrased or really too busy. I honestly haven't read Discord today. That's more for a reason. I have been very busy. I cooked lunch today because I looked at what my sister was planning on cooking and decided I was going to cook the family lunch. I have walked doggies. I have done Twitch. I have listened to Garius's Twitch. I have written up and planned the lives all the way through to the 2nd of July, which you should now find at the bottom of the on the channel page. I have written up and written out and done finished off now over the last week or so all the present PowerPoints I needed to write for May and June, which I could write before now, with the information I have available now. So I have been very, very busy, and I have somehow in the region of next couple of weeks, next 3-4 weeks, got to record some region of 60 videos. So I'll probably cry a bit at some point, but it'll be okay. Hi, Steve. Let's do it. On the subject, on the topic of the day, as there are two fine and are there two fine fixed and strike books? I'm a touch lost, and I think in what I'm reading, just reference another book by the same name. There are multiple books with basically, broadly speaking, that name, because some books were published in Britain with that name and then published in America with a different name, and some books were published in America with that name and then published in Britain with a different name. So it gets fun. It gets really fun. Basically, go to the bibliography section and find out where they're referencing. That's usually what I say. It helps. It might stop you crying so much over it. I know that's what I would be tempted to do. Nasir, why couldn't HMS Victorious get Seacat service to missiles in one of her 1963 fits? Mainly because they'd mucked around with her so much, but also, think about it. When you fit a missile launcher, what do you also have to fit? The missile magazine. And you have to fit in all the electronics and all the hydraulic systems, etc. to support that launcher. And then think about HMS Victorious, and think about what was stripped out previously to make her the shape she became, what was left in her, and what was still available in her, and what space was, and what they could do. And basically you come up with the thing of, yeah, we should have got rid of Victorious and we should have just built the Maltas. We should have got rid of all of them, the Audaciouses, the lot, and just built the Maltas, because then we'd have had something big enough and broad enough to actually upgrade enough to do it. You're trying to grab the one on my shelf. Now I have to remember which one I've had on my shelf behind me for you all to see. Because I've got a couple of them up there. That could be interesting. That could be interesting. Let me just check my own... The John Winton book is, yeah. There are several versions of the Find, Fix and Strike by John Winton. So it does depend which version you've managed to get on that one. It's a good book. But there's also... There's the version published by Lieutenant Commander Terence Horsley, Find, Fix and Strike, which is currently available in A books for £3.50. There is John Winton's Find, Fix and Strike Fleet Air Armament War 1939 to 1945. And that's just the two I have in my collection. There's also another one as well on top of that. So, is it the Terence one you're remembering, or is it the John Winton one you're remembering? Because there's there's Lieutenant Commander Terence Horsley. Yes, I do realise that to an extent, but it's working out which one was the visible one. I'm presuming it was Terence's one. No, I'm presuming it was with John Winton's one. John Winton's one is the one I have the newer copy of, in that I have the new publication of it, not the really old one. And the really old one of Terence's doesn't live in here as a rule. So I'm presuming you should have the right one here, John Winton. But do you have the right republication? Because he did a rewriting in 1980 something. The only problem with French naval jets is that sometimes some manufacturers like to sabotage the competition. All manufacturers like to sometimes sabotage the competition. They all do it. Alt 92. Anglo-French projects are difficult. And rife politics. That they are. Bob Thrive. Good evening. Mr. End. How would a light aircraft carrier, 10 to 13,000 tons, as dedicated cap aircraft with full load of fighters and radar? How you would depends when you're talking about. If we're talking about in the 1920s, 1930s, 1940s, when they could probably still carry enough aircraft and probably could shrink down to carrying 18 fighters at some point, would it be useful? For what? Because if you're talking for a fleet, well, it's a useful addition to an extra flight deck going along, but it's not really that much of use. You have to always remember, if you're talking about building something of 13,000 tons, the question is going, well, how much are you saving over a 15,000, 20,000 ton design? And if you build a 15,000, 20,000 ton design, you can probably factor in more than just the cap aircraft. Now, if you're building a small carrier, like I was talking about the Scout carrier program, which was from one of the alternate treaty videos, alternate history videos recently. I think it was the one which was the Royal Navy keeps control of parts of the fleet airline components of the Royal Naval Air Service. And pretty much the answer becomes quite interesting, because those would be useful for convoy escorts, and it wouldn't be as a fighter carrier. They would probably carry some fighters, but it would maybe be a six or so, not enough for a cap, but enough to provide an alert strike group to protect a convoy, and whilst their other aircraft go out hunting. If you're carrying a full dedicated fighter carrier, the question is, what are you using that for? If you're using it to support your battle fleet, well, you then for a slightly larger carrier, you then get a strike capacity and the ability to do anti-submarine warfare as well as your fighter cap. That's more useful, and that uses engines, or basically the same amount of resources in terms of engines and other things. So it's it's basically it's useful, but it's not useful in that role really as useful as you could do other things with it. Mm-hmm. Kindle's Winter. Both books of the Fine Fix and Strike are very good books. I have no qualms recommending both. It's just one's pretty darn difficult to find. Thank you, Verdun. Thank you for that, bro. That's right. Might have asked before. Would it be fair to suspect that if we get a new HMS Hood in the future, I doubt they will, because I can understand the anti-imperial people sort of. Are they going to raise a thing about it? No, because honestly, most of them don't read their naval history. Honestly, half the people of Scotland. In fact, when I say half people, okay. For anyone who's Scottish who's watching this, who doesn't realise, and apparently it was the SNP who were really annoyed about this. They thought HMS Queen Elizabeth is named after Queen Elizabeth II. It's not. It's named after Queen Elizabeth I. You can't. You don't name ships after living monarchs. A, they didn't know that, and B, they didn't realise that it was named after Queen Elizabeth I, and who apparently they don't like. They consider her, nasty to the Scots, and you sit there and go, there are many people Queen Elizabeth really, really annoyed, but what are you picking on her? Why are you picking her? She executed Mary, Queen of Scots. Because she was involved in a plot to overthrow her. And yes, I know the evidence is sketchy at best, but let's be honest, evidence is usually sketchy at best in those times, and Mary, Queen of Scots, the trouble is she dabbled close to the fire far too often, so whilst I'd like to give her the benefit of the doubt, the fact is she'd been involved in too many suspect things in the past for anyone to really give her the benefit of the doubt when you've got a Catholic claimant to the English throne who's sitting in England as the Spanish and various other people are sending troops and ships to try and invade England. It's a complicated scenario, but there is context and nuance going on. Amelia Barrow, do you think the RN might have joined in on the TSR2 or kept the Buccaneer? The TSR2 is a lovely aircraft, but it's very much designed for land operations. You can tell that by its airframe and its the entire system. To turn it into an aircraft for carrier operations, you'd have to redesign the entire thing. Take care, Glenn. Henry's Day isn't gonna... Stop torturing your characters! Thank you, Glenn, for backing Shipshape. Cameron, I read the USN learned a lot about battle damage by repairing Iron ships prior to Pearl Harbor. How similar USN and Iron carriers to each other are from a fire prevention ship standpoint by the end of the war? Well, they weren't identical, but they weren't far off it. By the end of the war, there was a lot of similarities being built into their designs. As I've often said, if you want to understand the Maltas, look at the Midways. Because the Midways are the American riff on the theme, and the Maltas are the British riff on the theme. And if they'd both been built, it would have been a really interesting scenario to look at how close the two navies had got over the years. They were still keeping their own characters and their own philosophy of naval aviation, but the carriers they built, the similarities were there. P. Dawson, 15 to 20 thousand, i.e. HMS Glory or Ocean as in Korea. Mm-hmm. Alright then. Ending poll now. So May 2023 seditions will go live on Monday. Swodsky, had Courageous and Glorious not been sunk early in the war, what role could they have played in later years? Well, one of them would certainly have been there at Taranto. The other one probably would have been there at Mers al-Kabir. And more than likely you have one of them supporting... you would probably have two carriers to be called on during the Bismarck scenario. So you'd have two carriers... so that means, in a nice way, you might well have you might have a carrier with Hood and Prince of Wales, which could change the operation entirely. So you basically just work out, hang on, where would the British have their other carriers, and how does that cumulatively affect things? Because if you have another carrier operating in the Mediterranean, you probably don't have Eagle getting as worn out as she is, so you probably end up with 3 carriers at Taranto. If you look at those 3 carrier strike groups taking part in Taranto, it gets really, really nasty for the Italians, as I've said before. In which case, that's going to change Crete, that's going to change a lot of the war in terms of the Mediterranean, because there's going to be a lot more damage done to the Italian fleet, the Regia Marina. Taranto could actually be what it's often billed as the decisive destruction of the Italian fleet. It might not even, Matapan might not even happen if Taranto has 3 carrier groups, because of the sheer damage done to them. And another carrier at Mers el-Kabir could also change that scenario to a very different kind of battle. And then you add on what's going to be the cumulative impact, because if you have those carriers earlier in the war and throughout the war, you probably have more available. You might end up with, if you do still need military carriers where you need them, in terms of the frontline carriers, you might have them. They might have Courageous and Glorious. Maybe one of them will join the R-class in the Indian Ocean, which means there could be a carrier waiting to go with Prince of Wales and Repulse to 4C. In which case 4C might have a carrier with it. And yes, they're not going to be the best carrier in the world, but they probably are carrying fighters. And even if they're carrying Fulmars, that's going to be enough. Honestly, the fact that the Japanese bombers are operating at the length of their range, combined with radar, and combined with having fighters present and actually able to launch, will probably be enough that 4C doesn't get sunk. At which point that can change all sorts of history, so it just gets massively cumulative very quickly. And yeah, there's lots of people who are making Mary Queen of Scots. Speaking as my family was involved in the guarding of her, we were tended to be, and we have, and this is interesting thing. This is the Scottish side of my family were involved in guarding her in England, and they tend to be less sympathetic as far as the family history goes than other sources on Mary. They didn't trust her at all. Stigma, landing on a carrier is effectively a controlled crash. What modifications are needed to the aircraft on the carriage to keep them serviceable? Basically, imagine designing something for taking controlled crashes and surviving. You cannot overstate the level of structural integrity built into an aircraft undercarriage for it. The shock absorbers, the whole system is designed to be far, far stronger. And it has to be. Because it's going to. When Elizabeth was in the tower, she had the brains to write letters in such a way that things couldn't be added later, even if Mary was innocent. She didn't think of that. There were lots of issues. Reinforcing the struts is just the beginning, George Newman. Colin Cameron, what I also like to remind my fellow people in Scotland is that most of the British Empire building had a Scot heavily involved somewhere. Yes, and Welsh, and a fair number of other people from other parts of the British Isles as well. Dan. See, so, I was hoping one of the new RN carriers would be named Furious. One of the pioneers of carrier aviation should be honoured. Langley, good idea for the USN too. It would be nice, but honestly, we've got to work through Pegasus and a few other things before we can get to Furious. Thanks, Butsky. Reynolds, if the magic of hand wavium gives the IGN the needed inputs for industry, coal, iron, oil elect, could their physical infrastructure and population have been able to make good use of it? Or would Japanese internal logistics have continued to force a hard upper limit which sufficient inputs cannot overcome? There are issues. There are lots of issues with Japan. There are lots and lots of issues with Japanese infrastructure. I have been asked this question a few times, and it's been sent as a possible video to do at several points of how would I fix Japanese infrastructure. And honestly, if I go back far enough, it's basically I hire a lot of Dutch engineers. Because I need to build a lot of flat land. And I need to build flat land in such a way that it won't be swept aside, it won't be overwhelmed by a tsunami. So I need to not only build flat land, I need to build flat land that's subdivided up in such a way that I can protect it, and it's got enough sea defenses I can protect it from a tsunami. Because basically the big problem for Japan is they don't have enough land of the right type to be able to build the slipways they need, build the ports they need, build the industry they need, and build up the infrastructure they need in volume. And also, if you do that enough of that, you also can build up spaces for their farming communities, etc., to actually grow a lot more food. Sharon, did the US Navy not copy the RN Fleet ARM use of Kerr's approach to copy land for you, Cosmos and North Korea? Sorry, watched Devolution last night. Yeah, they did. But to be fair, they were already the US Marines were already heading in that direction anyway. The Fleet Air Arm got there first by a hand's width, and the US Navy preferred to copy the Fleet Air Arm than the US Marines because, you know, inter-service rivalry. Honestly, I think we should build an aviation ship or carrier to Warspite instead of just and the SSBN, just to avoid her deciding to play SSN with armed nukes, or deciding that she's bored and not accidentally to accidentally launch at an island. Honestly, Warspite is one of those names I would so not be using for a ballistic missile submarine. I have tremendous respect for the name. I have tremendous respect for the people who served with Warspite, and I'm sure the crew will be above all amazingly professional. But that is not exactly a name which doesn't have a history in the Royal Navy of doing random weird things. It has a history. It's done it a lot. It's done it a lot. And I'm not sure why it's done it so much, but it just has. But there again, that's HMS Swordfish. What do we do? HMS Warspite. What do you expect? Sorry, I was thinking about the name of the book, which we're going to start at the first. Later on, yes, I do subscribe to the Warspite being potentially sentient theory. Honestly, I will quote the atheist religious studies teacher who I was working with not too long ago, who, when looking up when I gave him the history of HMS Warspite, didn't believe me. Then I gave him the books to go and look at, looked in it, came back to me and went, I don't believe in ghosts or paranormal activities, but you know you said you believe in the machine god. I'm starting to agree with you. And it's possibly called Warspite, is possibly the name of one of its avatars. I can't. Why do you think Warspite was not in the fleet in Season 3 Picard? Fleet formation link. We are Warspite. We will allow you to drink tea. Resistance is futile. No, I think Warspite was not in the fleet because Warspite was the only ship which went, hang on, that's a trap! That is so a trap! I'm not going there! And the crew's going, where are you taking us to? Well, this way lie Borg. They are always a threat. Or this way lie Changelings. They are always a threat. We're heading for them. Warspite should be the last of Type 83. She will not let herself be cancelled. No. Sir, HMS Warspite has just undocked, gone out to sea and got dark. So she's supposed to. Her crew are still on shore, sir. Dang, why do we fit it with an AI? Yeah, that's the other thing. Again, please note this, I'm going to say this now. The moment they announce the headline, they are fitting an AI system of any way, shape or form to HMS Warspite, the SSBN, is when I am finding the number for Elon Musk and booking my flight to Mars. Just saying that now, okay? Just putting that out there. They say we're going to put an AI navigation system or an AI assistance, anything aboard Warspite. I am booking a flight to Mars. No, Goosh, but I have to launch. We're in dispute with us. We're in dispute with us. They're the enemy. Captain, it's a fishing dispute. Stand down. Warspite may be booking its flight. If Warspite is booking its flight its flight to space along with me, then yeah, well, life happens. Now, do you think that HMS Prince of Wales will break his run of bad luck soon? I'm again, it's kind of like ascribing things to HMS Warspite. HMS Prince of Wales has not traditionally been a very lucky name in the Royal Navy. If we consider it, well, there was the third rate, launched in 1765. She was broken up in 1783. That's after only taking part in the Battle of St. Lucia. Then there's Prince of Wales 1794, was a 98-gun second rate. Now, she took part in the Groy Island battle. But, of course, missed out on various other battles, which would have been kind of useful, because she missed out on Trafalgar, because Calder demanded to go home in her. She was his flagship at the Battle of Cape Finisterre as well. So, yeah. Then there was a 38-gun transport purchased in 1795, which disappeared in 1801, really. Then there's the 1860 121-gun screwed propelled first rate that was turned into a training ship and renamed HMS Britannia in 1869, hulked in 1909 and sold in 1914, for which Britannia is named for. Then she was the London-class battleship launched in 1902, sold in 1920, sold for scrap in 1920, and of course, well, she's a London-class pre-dreadnought. So you can think about what her World War I was like. And then there was the vessel which was... its guns didn't work properly at the Battle of Denmark Straits, and it gets sunk by the Japanese in December 1941. Yeah, that's not exactly a good pedigree for a ship. In terms of luck, that's not exactly got a lot going with it. But, you know, it took part in the Dardanelles campaign, which was famously lucky, wasn't it? And it did successfully get Bismarck and the Malta convoys on its battle honours, despite what happened. Yeah, no. Prince of Wales, not really the most great name in history. Don't seriously, Warspite Air, that is like KIT, programmed to protect human life. Since with Warspite, she'll do this by exterminating all enemies. At least none of them fired on the Prime Minister's ship. That would take effort, considering we never really allow Prime Ministers to have ships. Occasionally, Churchill got transported around in one. So, Swordfish, by David Wrag. This is the story of the Taranto raid. It's an oldie now, but it's a goodie. It is a good one. Daybreak at Taranto found Admiral Riccardi and his staff frantically organising salvage and repair parties for the stricken ships. It was to take more than 24 hours before a detailed damage report could be given to the Supermariner, despite repeated requests throughout the 12th of November. When it did arrive, the report made depressing reading. Away from the action in Rome, the news succeeded Supermariner's worst fears. Both harbours were by now covered in fuel oil, giving off a sickly stench, and clinging to the many small craft attempting to create order out of the chaos visited upon their port during the night. The impact on the Italian fleet was considerable. 3 battleships were sunk, Littorio, Caedulio and Conte de Cavour, while the last was to be refloated and repaired at the end of the war. 3 cruisers and 2 destroyers had also been badly damaged, with 2 of the cruisers lying in a pool of oil, and 2 auxiliaries had also been crippled. Both destroyers had been afflicted by near misses, the Libecchio having a fractured bow, while the Pescano had damage to her hull. The seaplane base and the oil storage tanks had also been damaged by 6 bombs, and both still burning. The cruiser Trento had a lucky escape, as a bomb crashed through the ship and out of the bottom without exploding. Although whether this was due to the thinness of her plates, to the bomb not being dropped from high enough for the arming mechanism to work, or simply that it was faulty, is not clear. Her fuel tanks were ruptured, however, and it was her oil that covered the waters of the Mar Piccolo. As it was, dawn on the 12th of November found Littorio, the pride of the Italian Navy, surrounded by salvage vessels, whilst the submarine was providing with electrical power and a tanker was desperately attempting to salvage her fuel, mainly ordered to lighten the crippled battleship and counterbalance the flooding. The battleship had received 3 torpedo hits. During the first attack, 2 torpedoes had struck, one blowing a hole 49 foot by 32 foot in the starboard bulge, abreast of number 1 6-inch turret. The other hitting the port quarter by the tiller flat, blowing a hole 23 foot by 5 foot. A third torpedo had struck the ship during the second wave, again on the starboard side and slightly forward of the earlier blow, making a hole 40 foot by 30 foot in the bottom plating. In fact, it could have been far worse, since the starboard quarter showed a dent, and the investigation showed that this indeed was the mark of the fourth torpedo. One that had failed to explode was later found stuck in the harbour mud underneath the ship. So just think about that. If the fourth torpedo had worked, think about what could have happened to Littorio. The starboard quarter showed a dent, whereas the Littorio could have claimed to have been lucky. The Comte de Cavour had been most unfortunate. The first strike had sent a torpedo into a bow under number 1 15-inch turret, blowing a hole 40 foot by 27 foot, flooding number 1 and number 2 fuel tanks and the adjoining compartments. Salvage teams had towed her towards the shore during the night, but she had to be abandoned at 05:45 as she had begun to settle. By daylight, almost the whole of the upper deck was submerged, including the after turret. The damage was less severe on the Caerdulia, which had received a single torpedo hit low down on the starboard side, abreast the numbers 1 5.25-inch gun in the mounting, blowing a hole 36 foot by 23 foot between two magazines, numbers 1 and 2. The magazines were flooded, which was fortunate. Had the torpedo hit a few yards either way, the ship could have been blown out the water. Meanwhile, the flooding had been so severe that for safety's sake she had to be beached. Given the scale of destruction, Italian casualties were remarkably light. There were 23 men killed aboard the Littorio, and another 16 in the Comte de Cavour, but just 1 on the Gagliardo. The principal difference in the number of casualties to Toronto compared with Pearl Harbor, a little more than a year later, can be attributed to one fact. The Italians have been exceptionally fortunate in that none of their ships had blown up. Had a torpedo penetrated a magazine on just one battleship, the death toll would have been much higher. Very much higher. As would have been the case had a bomb penetrated one of the magazines of the cruisers. More importantly than the other actual losses, which did match in correct the balance, and which did much to correct the balance of naval power in the Mediterranean, at least as far as major sales commands were concerned, was the impact on Italian naval strategy. Taranto was no longer used as a base for the Italian battle fleet for the remainder of hostilities. The order was given for the undamaged ships to head north, out of harm's way, and RAF reconnaissance photographs showed that the 3 undamaged battleships and the cruisers had left Taranto on the 15th of November for Trieste. Not far from its where its magazine would have been. Nights ago, everyone. Not far from where its magazine would have been as starboard dent. My exit strategy is to go to Egypt and dig out the Stargate. I have a few addresses memorised. Well, they're idiots, so I'll take my chance with them. Well, if that was not there, you can always try the one at the pole. Hi, Jack, right? US William Deporter can accompany Warspite on his ventures. There's a few who could. Hello, Paul Beswick. Look, let's be honest. If William D. Porter, USS Johnston, HMS Cossack, HMS Eskimo, HMS and HMS Nubian form a phalanx around Warspite and Enterprise, that's the point at which we all cry and say hello to the Messiah. And that's it. Why do we only have 5 of the planned names for the Svetsky Soyuz class? Because that's all we've got out of Russian archives. And that might have been all they agreed. They might not have agreed the names. The fact that the Russian naming system is kind of interesting and does, to an extent, depend on the mood of Stalin that day. In fairness, I think Swordfish are both good enough and have enough luck and fate on our side that one detonation failure isn't that bad. Yep. The point is, as I've been over before, It's that tension wire, and once you realise all the oil, all the mess that's in the water after the attacks anyway, no one's going to notice that tension wire, that, you know, that kept those torpedoes to belly flop and make them hit. And it's why, again, when I start saying, well, look, when you have the air group got by another carrier there, or another 2 carriers there, which is what you would have had, let's be honest. If Glorious and Courageous had still been around, because they hadn't been lost, Courageous would have been backing up the home fleet. Glorious would have would have probably been deployed as part of Force H at some point to help with Mers El Kabir. Then probably that's left to Ark Royal, and she goes back to home fleet up high north and helping patrol the Denmark Straits. And Glorious is probably in the eastern Mediterranean with Eagle and with Illustrious. And so think about it. We really need a carry-on duty. We do. But Eagle's got a bit of issues. Well, we've still got 2 other carriers. We really need 2 carriers on duty. Well, yep, nice to know. And then you've got a far larger pool of aircraft to draw from, and a far larger pool of stores to draw from to keep those aircraft serviceable. And you then go through it and you think, well, what's the strike group going to be from Eagle? What's the strike group going to be? Well, Eagle's going to carry 24 plus, Swordfish. Okay. What's the strike group going to be from Glorious? Well, she could carry... Probably she'd be carrying about 36 Swordfish. Or maybe even 24 Swordfish, a dozen Skuas, and a dozen Fulmars, or something like that. And then you go, right then, so what's Illustrious's group? Well, yeah, she's got another dozen Fulmars and another 24 Swordfish. And you sit there and go, right then, so you've got maybe 72 Swordfish to take part in the strike. And let's say you still lose some, and some don't get through. But that's still going to be possibly 2 waves of at least 34, 35 Swordfish coming in. Maybe with a dozen Skuas and a dozen Fulmars coming along for extra fun. And suddenly that's a very nasty scenario. And those ships are going to be focusing in on the capital ships. And the very air defence fire that comes up is going to be nasty. Nice. So the 4th torpedo would have blown Rosario up. Yeah. You know, that's the point when you're talking about these things. Oh, we lack cruisers in this Machine Spirit Avengers. No, we don't lack cruisers. There are cruisers out there which did refuse to die, and they did really, really interesting random things. I think there's a fair number of Arrefusers which could possibly make that case, and there's certainly some town class cruisers. I'm not sure if I would put Belfast amongst them, but Belfast has survived pretty darn well, so she probably deserves to be it. Can't say it would have done this or that, but the odds would have been a good bit higher. Well, you can't say for certainty, but there again, you are basically, if you're thinking about it in terms of that, you are pretty much doubling the number of strike aircraft. And if you've got skewers along as well, then you can afford to put a bigger percentage of your Swordfish to torpedo. And those torpedo bombers are what are going to strike the battleships. And if the Italians lose the battleships, and as I've said before, Giulio Cesare is frigating impossible to take out. I mean, I could take all 12 skewers, and I could target her with them. Could do that, but that wouldn't be what the British would be doing. The British would be going, torpedo bombers, take out the capital ships. dive bombers, you take out the destroyers, the cruisers, and etc. and those things. And yeah, that's gonna be damage. There is gonna be a lot of, if you add in some Fulmars doing strafing runs with rockets, etc., and maybe the Fulmars could be used to drop the illumination rockets instead of the Swordfish. And if you've got the Fulmars doing that, and the Swordfish doing the strike with torpedoes, at a certain point, the reason the Fulmars aren't sent to do that when Illustrious does the strike is because they've not got enough space. When I put it, there's not enough space. They need to maintain fighters for their cap, so they can't afford to risk their fighters in case they, they need to fight their way out. But if you've got double the number of Fulmars along, you can send some. I would say you probably send about 6, and you probably divide them between the waves, and they'd be carrying the flare dispensers. And then you've got the Fulmars, which would the Skuas, which would take the lead in the bombing. So there's 12 of those. And I'd say probably you'd assign another 12 Swordfish to bombing. So out of the 72, you can possibly send, let's say you get 12 assigned to it. And then you've got about 60, which could be carrying torpedoes. And let's say you have 5 aircraft turned back. So you have 67 aircraft actually arrive split between the two waves. Well, let's say you still have roughly 1 in 10 torpedoes not work for some reason. That's actually a higher average than actually will happen, but let's say it's 1 in 10. That would still be... Let's go for it. 56. Hang on now. 1 in 10. That's 6 off it, 7 off it, so that's 60. 60 torpedoes, 60 of the... No, that's 60, 110, so yeah. That's 54-ish torpedoes, 54-ish torpedoes. Actually hit. That's going to be deadly. Dan, I now have visions of a dedicated follow-up strike being organised by the Fleet Arm to take out Gilead Territory, being called Operation Brutus. That'd be HMS Ark Raw's job. My coach, intention one, a minor modification that makes a big difference. What other modern modifications have had a major impact on their history? Well, it's not really a minor modification, but again, it's something which is sort of looks minor in a way. The rigging on ships. The way the British rigged ships was more efficient than the way the French rigged ships. This is why they always re-rigged French ships when they acquired them. And it allowed them to be handled by less crew. And you sit there and go, but the French are doing the system which is operated by most people around the world. Yes. Why don't they copy the British? Because the British rigging system is only doable when you have access to really, really high quality rope in large quantities. And therefore you can go back to the rope manufacturing system in the UK and you go, why was it producing such consistently high quality ropes? And it comes down to the shaping of the dollies going backwards and forwards. Let them produce consistently higher quality rope. And it's completely down to chance because it's just the thing the British standardised on. Would there have been enough oil and other flammable in the water for aircraft to drop incendiaries and cause problems the next day, day and night? Potentially, but it wouldn't have been as much of a win as you might hope. And also then it would have been, in terms of British, they would have considered it really not necessary. It would be considered inelegant by the British. It's the punch Ali doesn't give Foreman as he's going down. Sort of thing. It's just a case of you're just destroying them. You're just attacking the small boats. Kind of find it strange that the reports the USN placed on dive bombs being the Scout aircraft compared to the Iron who used Swordfish in their role. Probably because Swordfish were the general do-it-all everything else for the British scenario. The British were obsessed with the torpedo bomber, as they basically viewed that making a hole in that lets water in sinks a ship, whereas making a hole that lets air in doesn't necessarily sink a ship. And so that's what the British were going for. So they ended up coming with the TSR, which is the torpedo spotter reconnaissance. Reconnaissance is the last thing after torpedo and spotting. So it's basically its primary kill weapon, being used to support the primary kill weapon, and finding the enemy to kill them. Take care, Amelia Barrow. Carrie, Hobbs wrote BAE said catapults in CVF would be so expensive because they quoted for Steam, not email. He said RN should have said Steam then and sue if BAE still didn't match the original quote. Thoughts? They quoted for email, not Steam. You can't fit steam catapults to a gas-powered carrier. You'd have to. Where are you going to get the steam from to power it? You'd have to build a steam generation boiler system. So you can only fit emails. And in fact, they have the power supply running through them in positions to take emails. But emails at the time were very much under development. And let's be honest, there is a reason Ford and its successors have been held up as much as they have. And that partially is down to the emails being worked through. And the British government was very risk adverse. You'd have had to rebuild a hefty section of the carrier to get it done. Medicine, what is the difference about the stringing system requires a lot of higher quality rope and less people? Okay, it's the number of ropes which are rigged in, and honestly, I probably shouldn't have mentioned that one without having the map of the rigging map to show you. Do I have the book with the rigging map in here? No, I don't. The book with the rigging map is currently on loan to someone. So, I have a very nice book which is basically all about ship rigging. And it was what introduced me to the topic. And the author is a very nice Italian gentleman. And it's one of the few books which have been published in English from him. But it's very, very good. And it basically goes into all the ship's rigging. And God knows, alive for me, I can't remember his name right now, which is really terrible. But I've loaned it to one of my students. But basically, it's all to do with the way you map out and line out the rigging. And if you've got higher quality rope, you can use less points of connection in order to tie up the same amount of material, tie up the same amount of stuff. Emails are now reliable enough, but they weren't reliable enough when we're talking about. We're talking back almost a decade ago now, when it was looked at. It's a long time. Blackburn Maximus. Dr. Clarke, during the Hero Technology, will you be going into missile launching systems on ships during the Cold War? I'll be doing something on that, yes, at some point. It is structured in there somewhere. In my mind it is, anyway. Spudsky, what was the late Dr. Eric Grove, one of your professors? No, he taught at... Oh, which unit? He didn't teach at King's. I have gone to conferences with him, and I did meet him, and he was lovely. But, no, he wasn't one of my own professors. My prof was Andrew Lambert. I studied at King's College London in the War Studies Department. And Andrew is one of my heroes still. He's blooming brilliant. Harry Bennett, also frankly amazing. I've been very lucky. I've studied under quite a lot of the really, really good ones. I've had Harry Bennett was one of my PhD examiners. I think I mentioned Marcus Faulkner enough on this channel that it sounds like he's my I would hero worship him, but he's a very, very good friend. When I remember to call him back, I should do that. I do owe him a call. And there's a few others, you know. We've lost quite a few recently, sadly enough. You know, there was more than a few we've lost. I remember my first... Oh, what was he? What was his surname? Because I just remember it was Michael. Michael Partridge. And he will never be one of the ones who's remembered as a massive name, but Michael Partridge was a very, very cool and a very good historian. He was one of the ones who I was lucky enough to work with when I was a bachelor student. Unfortunately, he's now dead, but just trying to find a St. Mary's photo of him. Nope, can't find one. I can find a lovely photo of his funeral, but not a photo of him. Which is slightly worrying. But he wrote History of the Royal Navy College at Osborne, 1903 to 1923, and the bibliography and biography of Lord Palmerston. That's right, not only Michael Partridge, my personal tutor as well. Yeah. There is a disturbing amount of linkage between the four of us. I will find the rigging map somewhere and DM it to you, possibly when I get back from Australia and I get the book back from the student. But it will be at some point. What was about the Battle of Denmark Strait? There's so much interest from people. Mainly the fact that it happened. Let's be honest, the Battle of Denmark Strait shouldn't have happened. At certain points, you can argue it should not have happened. But it did. And... well... they joined up, and then you have this. You have the scenario where this great ship, which has been put forward as this wonderful vessel, is sunk. By seemingly random occurring events, because it's not like it was battered. It goes from being absolutely perfectly fine, firing away, leading the battle line, to being sunk. And that's just shocking to people. Myself, maybe emails will be added in midlife refit. Why? That's an honest question. Why would you add emails in midlife refit? Because that means you're changing aircraft type. You're changing from Stovall to Cadabar. So you're not just adding in emails, you're adding in the arrestor system and all the recovery system, etc. necessary for it. If you can do, and if you want to, that's great. But why are you doing it? What is the rationale for it? Have you got a UCAV you want to use for it? Have you got... What are you doing that makes it a viable reason for the Royal Navy, for the British government to be spending that money? Matthew, should have used CVN65 as a testbed for emails. Honestly, shouldn't have chucked everything new onto one ship. And probably CVN65 as testbed for emails would have been a good idea. Lambert Maximus, did any Navy have clubber ships? I can imagine they use high-speed Cats and patrol ships before steam power caught up in speed. I think the US Navy uses some in the Spanish-American War, but I don't think they use as... I don't think they really use as high-speed ships or patrol ships. They use as, you know, basically blockade ships. Darren, what are we doing to preserve Andrew Lamb and Norman Freeman? I was thinking of just assigning them each a personal doctor and physio. Hello, Cody85. Comments, read Queen Elizabeth. She's not QE2. She's Queen Elizabeth, which is a name for Queen Elizabeth I. She's not QE2. There was an ocean liner named Queen Elizabeth II, but there's not a carrier named Queen Elizabeth II. Maybe a small system of loyal wingmen, or whatever drone gets that nice. Potentially. I think I've answered the Denmark Strait question. You said it should not have happened. What should have happened? Well... What should have happened? What should have happened? Once you're at level when you've got 2 capital ships, 2 cruisers engaging, and 2 cruisers being sort of held off, but engaging a capital ship and a cruiser, ideally, your battleship's guns and turrets should work, in which case those 14-inch shells should be raining down around the Bismarck. And even if Hood does get sunk, Bismarck should probably have been sunk in that scenario, because let's be honest, we can run this on UAD. I will happily run this again, not next Friday, because I'm not on UAD next Friday. I'm going away for course correcting again for Justin Craig. Yay, A-level and GCD revision. Thank you. I'm in London for 3 nights. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Being a course director. Running a school. It's fun. But if you want to, we will we'll go through Denmark Strait scenario again on UAD the Friday after that. Yeah, I don't think UAD... Well, actually, no, UAD does allow you a battle cruiser and a battleship, so you can actually do that scenario, because you could do 1 battleship, 1 battle cruiser, 2 cruisers, and a battleship and a cruiser, and you can go through it and go, yep, this is the Bismarck, this is the Prince Eugen, this is the Prince of Wales. Let's see what happens. And you'll see, most of the time, in theory, if luck doesn't get involved, the Royal Navy should win. But things go wrong in war. That's what happens. And this is the other thing we touched on at the beginning. We talked about the idea of what happens if Glorious and Courageous don't get sunk early in the war. Well, think about how the Battle of Denmark Strait would have been different if HMS Courageous had been with Hood and Prince of Wales. There would have been strikes on Bismarck for starters. Torpedo bomber strikes. There would have been spotting going on. There would have been constant air attacks going in on Bismarck. It would change the entire scenario. And if you think about it, that's what the British hunting groups have been supposed to be. If you look at the hunting groups, they form up at the beginning of World War II. If you think about the hunting groups, they form up throughout World War II when they're forming up hunting task forces. They're often a combination of a capital ship and a carrier, or some combination thereof. There's a great picture I've got going around my channel at the moment. Let's see, can I find a picture? Go to my profile on Twitter. Go to my media selection, and the various photos that come up. Photos. There's the stuff on Yamato. Ah, there it is. And is it Rodney or Nelson? Ah, it's Nelson. Given the option of 2, I get the name wrong. Okay, properties, name, change Rodney for Nelson. Add source. So, there you go. Now, imagine if the group showing up had been like this. Now, again, you can take... Probably Nelson would not be there. Because, let's be honest, Nelson wouldn't be hunting her down at speed. But imagine if it's this. Imagine if it was a carrier, Duke of York or Prince of Wales, there you go, and Renown or Rodney, Renown or Hood. Suddenly that changes the equation, and that's the force which the Ronnet is supposed to have out there. But the carrier, the halting of the carrier construction earlier in the war, the various problems that have turned up in Royal Navy in terms of the losses of ships, have all taken their toll. So it's not the force which the Royal Navy would have liked to deploy according to pre-war exercises, and then the ships aren't working. The ships aren't working right there. Well, the 14-inch guns on the Prince of Wales aren't working working as they're supposed to be. And then Duke of York suffers. Hood suffers its bad luck. That's the scenario. That's why you can say it's not how it's supposed to be. I was lucky enough to have a Professor Ball as a teacher for many of my undergrad class, particularly the arguments in the seminars. Quite interesting with some of the politics there. Cascading. Are there any good books on the superprop era of naval aviation? You spoke of potential twin prop aircraft coming about before jets. Are there any books on those potential designs? Yeah. We'll make this actually next book. The gun turrets on Prince of Wales, they kept having issues with them in the Battle of Denmark Strait. The quad turrets kept having problems. At one point, she's down to only her twin turrets working. So we'll change that to Combat Aircraft Designer. Help if I could spell. Always would help if I could spell. So, a combat aircraft designer. Now, this book has all sorts of interesting things in it. And you start to realise very quickly this is one of those personnel who's involved in a lot of things. Because it literally is Ed Heinemann's story, which is, he is a combat aircraft designer. That's what he does. He designed combat aircraft. So if I put that over that side, because then I, keep putting up this side anyway, because I'm using this hand. And, yeah. It's the whole history. We've got all sorts of designs of aircraft in here as well. And this is the XB2B2D1, by the way. If you're looking for this design of aircraft, what it is. And he designed aircraft right through the period to the jet age and into the jet age. And he designed things like the Sky Shark, etc. Let's see if I can find the correct chapter for what I want to talk about from him. The Heinemann Way. I was walking through the plant at El Segundo one day when an engineer hailed me. He and a colleague were working on a metal ladder designed as auxiliary equipment for one of the planes in development stage. Mr. Heinemann, said one, gesturing towards the other, toward the ladder. How do you think this will work? There are many items, such as ladders, for which specifications were vague. In this case, since no design requirement existed for the ladder, there was no published testing technique for it. I approached the ladder and stepped up onto the first rung. With both hands gripping the sides, I raised my body up and down repeatedly, using my weight to apply pressure on the crosspiece. It soon gave way, forming a bent V. Not too well, I replied to the dismayed engineers, stepping away from the ladder. Not too well. On another occasion, I sat in the cockpit of a Skynight, examining some new instruments lights for night operations. I slammed my fist against the panel several times, the lights went out and a knob or two fell onto the deck. To the engineers watching, I said, if I can bust them with my bare hand, what's going to happen when the pilot bangs the plane down on a carrier in heavy seas? These caveman techniques may not be the way to execute quality control checks on new equipment. On the other hand, they exemplify some overriding convictions that I have maintained throughout my career. Be practical, build them rugged, get to the point as expeditiously as possible. Keep things simple. When necessary, stir matters up, agitate them like the family clothes washer, but with the sole intent of ridding the project of its unnecessary matter. Use common sense. Follow the rules when you can, but when you can't, break them. But be damn sure you're right. Above all, whatever you make must work. The KISS formula should apply. Keep it simple, stupid. These precepts were as true in the 1920s when planes were made of Shelby tubing and fabric-covered spruce, or ash as they are today with aircraft constructed of aluminium alloy and titanium. A few generations ago, dope slingers, girls as well as boys, would apply 5 coats to tighten a rudimentary fabric on a plane and give it strength. Today, advanced milling machines and superb computerized equipment characterize production efforts. It's a tiresome phrase, but such a true one. We have come a long way in a short time. Early on, both Donald Douglas and Jack Northrop told me it would be more difficult to build aircraft for the Navy than the Army. Remember, Doug said, the Navy operates in a dynamic, hard-hitting environment of the carrier. They ask more from their pilots and their planes. It follows that the designer has to give more if he wants to the Navy's business. I didn't have to operate from a carrier myself to develop an appreciation for the stress and strains of such an environment. Although I made about 50 catapult shots and as many arrested landings, including some at night over the years, I didn't require this experience to understand the beatings planes took, but it helped. This is not meant to detract from the Air Force and its flight crews, but there is no denying that Navy planes had to be built to withstand greater workloads, as compared to land-based aircraft. For example, landing gears had to be designed for about 22 feet per second vertical velocity as compared to approximately 15 feet per second for land planes. Additionally, naval flyers, in my view, had to give an extra degree of performance whilst operating from carrier landing platforms. I tried to keep those factors uppermost in my mind when designing for the seaborne service. There is a picture of Heinemann in 1978 on the back of the book. It's worth a read. It's really worth understanding what you do to design and develop aircraft. Captain Siegel, really courageous to demonstrate. I would have thought the biggest effect would have been not losing contact with Bismarck and Prince Eugen, and so being able to cross the sea. Certainly, but you'd probably have had torpedo strikes carried out on Prince of Wales, from Courageous, going on constantly. You could have even had 1 or 2 or even 3 strikes. So let's be honest, let's say she's hit by a torpedo and she's circling again. So instead of Bismarck circling at the end because she's been damaged by a torpedo, she's circling at the beginning damaged by a torpedo. What happens then? Do Hood and Renown, Hood and Prince of Wales carrying the Fisher off? Or does Toby say, no, I'm bringing up King George V, we're all going to be there, we're all going to take part. Just keep pace with her. Keep her in contact with her. We will all come to finish her off. That's probably what happens. Because they don't have to worry then about her running off, so you'd wait. So you'd wait to make it certain. You bring up King George V. Steve Clarke, Alex, with Brown and Mosquito, did he land it? Did they get it off the carrier afterwards? I think so, yes. Nice area for everyone. You've asked me a question, which is, would the British have loved an RAFA supertanker that could carry 39,000 tons of fuel, 3,200 tons of aviation fuel, 1,800 tons of ammo, 1,200 TU containers, and has 1,500 meters squared of vehicle space? Now, you cannot give me a period of when they would love to have this, but I would say under no circumstances would they say yes to that. Because when you're mixing fuel, ammunition, and containers and vehicles in the same vessel, you've basically given yourself a recipe for disaster. That vessel goes down, you've got a lot of problems. That vessel gets hit, you've got a lot of problems. Because you fight fires very differently on a tanker than you do on something which is carrying ammunition versus something that's got containers versus something that's got vehicle space. So you don't want that mixture. That sounds, it's one of those things which a politician would love, because it sounds like it's a one-stop shop for everything. Amazing. But anyone who's a logistician or dealing with ship design would go, oh, great, that's a floating bomb. 1940, we will forgive you for misspelling Wales. Dan Freeman, with Courageous or any character Hood or Prince Wales at Denmark, you don't have Hood wasting yourselves at Prince Jurgen. No, you don't. But also, as I said, you have probably a torpedo hit and there. Cody 85. If the RN had kept the Fleet Air Arm after World War One, I forgot to mention that. Would they have been so happy to get Corsairs, Avengers, and Kitties in World War Two? Depends on what they're getting in terms of supply from the Air Ministry, from the factories in the UK. If they're getting their aircraft, then they still probably would want them because it'd be extra aircraft and allow them to grow more quickly. But if they're not getting aircraft, then they desperately need them. But you also have the scenario that if the Fleet Air Arm are part of the RN, then maybe the same scenario which goes into factories producing components for the fleet capabilities, which are built in Ceylon and built in Australia and built in various parts of the world to supply the Royal Navy. The Royal Navy might well do something similar with their aircraft parts. Hello, Rocket Dog, 91. That's in Heinemann's book. Currently having a bit of a weirdness because my fluffy research assistant is still at the groomers. That's why he's not here or been seen this evening today. Because normally, the big fluffy research assistant, Raleigh, the poodle, would appear or sort of would have been around some point during the Sunday. Because normally him and Zebedee both spend quite a lot of day with me. But currently still at the groomers getting his hair cut. He's been there literally all day. I know it's a big job to groom a poodle, but there is something about it taking... Well, he was dropped off at 9 AM this morning, and it's now nearly 9 PM at night. Yeah, 12 hours to groom a dog. Something's going on there. On I2, the A4D Scooter Skyhawk has an interesting design story, and Heinemann is the designer involved. So we got Alex. What are the three biggest missed opportunities in Carrier Aviation World War II? Missed opportunities. Missed opportunities. Well, I would say you've got the use of Glorious and Courageous properly at the beginning of the war. Those are two missed opportunities, two individual ones. Courageous should not have been being used. There's no other option. There's no other vessel carrier available, but she shouldn't have been being used for that role, for anti-submarine warfare hunting. And Glorious should not have been allowed on her own. Because if you think about it, if Glorious had been part of a task group, let's say she'd been formed up with the cruiser that was escorting, that was taking the Norwegian royal family back and was part of that group. She'd have had aircraft up operating and up flying. So you could have had an airstrike launched on Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, which would have slowed them down, which would then could have let capital ships engage them. So, in nicest way, if they couldn't run away from Renown, imagine what happens to them. They can't run away from Renown. It's the same thing with Courageous if she's around, and then what happens later in the war. And then that sort of leads to all sorts of consequences, as I said. But I'd say the other one, which is the big missed opportunity, is if things had worked out timing-wise on plan, there would have been an American carrier within strike range of the Japanese forces. at during Pearl Harbor. It wouldn't have been able to stop Pearl Harbor, but it might have been able to launch a strike back. But the thing is, the timings hadn't worked out like that. The carriers had been delayed in various points dropping off, and life didn't work out that way. So that's a missed opportunity, but that's just a missed opportunity due to the realities of life and operating in a near-war scenario. With the other two, they're missed opportunities because of all of the opportunities they bring. It's not just an individual one, it's the entire opportunity throughout the war. And yes, those are all carrier ones rather than aviation ones, but I'd say if you wanted to go for an individual aviation one, it's the Royal Navy's fighter program. And if World War II could be remembered very differently if there had been an actual, if the Royal Navy's single-seat fighter program had actually been allowed to yield results. But it wasn't, it didn't, and we have the history we do. In the Canadian Power and Hearts of Iron Against All Odds old history, the RCM has two of those supertank supply ships as the Titan-class fleet superstringers. They're Supermax civil ships. Yeah. Not sure who came up with that, but it's obviously not someone who's actually thought it through. Or rather, they thought it through and it makes sense in terms of Hearts of Iron, perhaps, but in the reality of the real world, you wouldn't do that because of fighting fires and damage control and how it works. There was enough trouble when the Royal Navy had the forts for a few years, and the forts were one-stop supply ships with both fuel and dry stores on them. And that didn't include then space for... Because think about it. Okay. How do you fight a fuel fire? You subdivide it off. That's how you subdivide it off. You drain fuel. You try and get as much fuel out of the area as possible. So you subdivide it off. How do you fight a fire in containers? Again, you flood it. How do you fight fire in ammunition? You flood it. If you flood fuel with salt water, you ruin the fuel. Okay? And if you have a huge parking space, that means you have a huge deck area. How's that going to work with TEUs? How are you going to do that? Are you going to have poles coming down inside the ship to structure it? Because otherwise you've got a huge deck park and then you've got this floating deck above it with the TEUs put on top. What are you going to do with all this? Think about the ship you're designing. It's not going to work. So yeah, Hearts of Iron might have it, but that's Hearts of Iron. That's not real world. Blackburn Maximus, what is the need for destroyer leaders tonnage in your equitable treaties? Why not just have all destroyers have a standard maximum tonnage? The reason you have the destroyer leader tonnage is because that fits with the historical requirements, and basically that came in because destroyer leaders need to be bigger than destroyers. Because if you think about it, whilst when you're building a destroyer versus a destroyer leader, it tends to have an extra gun, but also tends to have a lot of extra crew space and personnel and radios and things to support the flotilla leader's duties. So a destroyer leader was a distinct group of destroyers. And the moment you started having tonnage limitations on things below... Basically, you have to remember, under the London Treaty, under the Washington Treaty, there is no limitations in terms of numbers on vessels below 10,000 tons. They just have to be below 10,000 tons. You can build what you like as long as it's below 10,000 tons. The moment you start placing limitations on vessels below 10,000 tons and you start subdividing up cruisers, you then get into this naughty thing of, hang on, there's this vessel which is big enough to lead a destroyer flotilla, which everyone has, but isn't a destroyer and isn't a cruiser. It's a destroyer leader. And that's where it comes in. So historically, it would still have been there. So historically, if you're going to have those treaties reflect history, you've still got to include it. Classic. To me, a missed opportunity is no light carriers to the RNA in the earlier war. When are you building them? That. It can't be a missed opportunity if you can't justify their building. And it's going to sound strange. It's not a missed opportunity is something which could have happened, which was actually taking there. But the treaty, the government, no one's going to build those carriers. So if you have to rewrite it, it's not a missed opportunity. The missed opportunity for the carriers will be a missed opportunity by having the treaty in the first place. And if you didn't have the treaty, the Second London Treaty specifically, you would probably have just had more carriers built in the first place. But they'd have still probably been paused by the government, because the government paused carrier construction at the beginning of World War II. And that's your problem. So the actual problem is the pause, and it wouldn't have been light fleet carriers, it would have been fleet carriers, which are actually more useful than light fleet carriers. So your missed opportunity doesn't really make sense. And I hope that doesn't come across as rude, because it wasn't meant to be. But I'm also mentally composing a text message to a dog groomer going, "Where's my dog?" I don't think I can say, because we're going to for a long time, just put "Where's my dog?" I think I probably need to say something more polite, but "Where's my dog?" is strongly up there. That and... Marnus, Enterprise could have just even been sitting in Pearl Harbor when the bomb started falling, so that's what I say. No, because no timeline does she actually make it back to Pearl Harbor in time to be in there. And at no point does she make it back before Sunday, before basically into Pearl Harbor before midday Sunday. But she would have been in strike range. I think you're thinking of something else, Melanie 6040. Sure. C-130 tests the crew successfully negotiated 29 touch and go landings, 21 unarrested full top landings, and 21 unassisted takeoffs. So gross weight £85,000 up to £121,000. Yeah, they did land and take off a C-130. It wasn't exactly fun for anyone involved. It was quite scary. No. I'm not being rude, Knights of Gathrum, but in no timeline, with the British Empire still around, does the RCN or anyone have those Suezmax ships. No one would build them. They're an absolute nightmare and death trap. No one would build that ship. Steve Clarke, Sean, modern supercarriers are much larger than World War II British flight deck. Yeah, they're massive. In comparison. God, there must have been a half dozen missed opportunities in Singapore in 1942. If you'd had a carrier around, they would have been good. Anyway, speaking of carriers. This book is a pretty good one. Century of First-Hand Accounts of Naval Operations in War and Peace by Gene Hood. Edited by Gene Hood. And I went into it going, okay, it's a good book. It'll be interesting. It's got Rear Admiral Simon Charlier, who's Chiefs of Staff, Carrier Strike and Aviation, and Rear Admiral Fleet Air Arm for the Royal Navy. Raleigh, you'll be glad to know, literally at 9:05, a poodle has arrived home. Let's go to 61. Commander Roy Struben, Royal Navy. From the private papers of RFC Struben, IWM reference 8661. Although observers needed excellent eyesight and proficiency in Morse code, Struben managed to qualify. Lee was well known nautical instrument maker at Hard and Portsmouth, and together we designed lenses for flying goggles. For some reason, it was not then possible to have the shatterproof eyepiece of goggles ground to correct bad vision. Therefore, we devised lenses to be mounted on the outside of standard service goggles, hinged at one side and clipped at the other, so I could open them out to wipe off mist, spray or rain when flying. The aircraft of Fleet Air Arm had open cockpits, and goggles were essential against wind and slipstream. Naval observers were required to read and send wireless signals in Morse code at 20 words a minute, and the only way to reach that was by daily practice for months, until one ceased to hear the longs and shorts and heard each group as the letter itself. This change would suddenly break through to one after a sufficient time. Thinking that we were not to be tested until the final examination at Seaplane Base, most of us postponed extensive training in Morse and concentrated on the more complicated aspects of wireless signals. But to our consternation, the first test was given before we left the signal school, where several of us failed to pass and were told that we would probably be returned to general service. That weekend was an unhappy one. But our bacon was saved by a fair bit of luck, for Ian Elliot happened to meet in his club in London a captain under whom he had recently served, the familiar Freddie Dreyer, who asked him why he was looking so depressed. When Elliot explained, Freddie snorted, "Nonsense, my boy, I'll soon put that right," and of course he could not save Elliot without saving the rest of us. There were no flying accidents at Leon Solent, though two of the course had a very narrow squeak. Flying Officer Hume Wright, an experienced RAF officer but new to seaplanes, had heard that one cannot loop an aircraft with floats, but he did not believe it. He did it, but only halfway round the loop, for the machine struck upside down and flew at a steep angle of dive, while the pilot struggled frantically with the controls, and the mate-learned observer, Ginger Dale, and a sombre Scot, whose name I forgot, clutched in terror at the edge of the open cockpit to hold themselves in. Hume Wright tried all the dodges which he had been taught to drag the Fairy 3D out of its suicidal plunge, but the wind on the upturned floats held in a relentless grip, while the hard, glittering waters of Solent rushed up. At last, in a forlorn hope, the pilot applied the rudder and joystick in precisely the opposite way to the orthodox manner, and the aircraft rolled over and flew on safely. Are you sure? If she was close enough to me back midday, she was close enough to launch a strike. Pretty much, because you have to wait for certain tides for them to get in at certain... theoretically, the Pearl Harbor is not tidal, but in practice, they do prefer to bring it in bring vessels in when it's higher tide. No. There will be no dye job on my poodle. Stardust Mum would kill us. There is a temptation to send the Corgi to investigate, because the Corgi does not appreciate his brother not being here. Where the frigate is my dog. Tempting. Blackburn Maximus says, armoured carriers warned you about the drop lines. Armoured carriers has warned us about lots of things. Poodle always has an afro. I was hoping for Dr. Locke to say, over my time in history I've acquired certain skills. I'll find you and I'll lecture you. No, but I have, in the nicest way. I'm probably one of the few people who know in the UK who knows how to perform a Viking Blood Eagle. And a few other interesting things I had to teach in the medieval torture and interrogation module. And I won't be putting any pictures of a Viking blood eagle up here, but if you do want to go look it up, Google search it, but I would tell you to make sure the safe search isn't on, because Google does not like all the images that come with a Viking blood eagle. See, look, Alice, have we looked at Texas and Dry Dock? It's interesting to see this internal structure being behind the shell plating, though we normally never ever see it these days. Ships of world. It is interesting to see it. It's also interesting to see there have been people talking about things going, well, there's this part of this ship and this part of this ship which we didn't realise were there, or that shape, because they're not that shape on the plans. They just talk about this and this. And you're learning things which you didn't really realise. My gosh, watch out. Fluffy researcher does not know Daddy hurt his leg. Fluffy. I was out walking with Zebedee, and yeah, it was interesting. Basically, had to twist and grab a corgi up because someone couldn't control their dog, and frankly, it was coming up, yapping off the lead, charging up, yap towards mine, and I didn't like that. To be fair, I would like to say this, I have no problem with Jack Russells, as a rule, or any small dogs, really, as a rule, but I do notice that there are some owners who really do not understand that Jack Russells need to be... They have quite strong personalities, and you need to be quite firm with them, otherwise they can turn interesting. There again, that's the same with most dogs. You have to be not nasty. I'm not saying you have to do anything nasty to them or anything like that, but you do have to be firm with them and go, no, there are ways to behave and there are ways to not behave. Thank you, Bob Fry. It's always nice to get super chats. When I was going through NRTC progress, my goal was to fly A4s. My friend put in for P3s on the East Coast, West Coast, and the Med. He ended up as an A4 instructor. He was obviously considered too good for P3s. Stafford Donald, intentional cousins, future partners, 2 words, Blood Eagle. Oh, don't worry, I give them the full instruction manual on how it's performed. And I've taught most of my cousins. Excellent. I already know what that is. I choose to bleach it from my mind as it's unpleasant. Great. YouTube rejected a Cato joke I made about Carthage. I guess 2,000 plus years is too soon? Yep. Listen, is there even enough space at Singapore for a Supermax tanker? You'd have to rebuild the entire thing. In terms of, nice and right, there is space, but you'd have to rebuild the entire naval dockyard so you could structure around dealing with those and dealing with the amount of support they'd require. Because you think about it again, that size of that ship you're talking about, you would need a fuel terminal facility, a roll-on, roll-off facility, a TU crane, probably a couple of them, and, well, you need 2 fuel facilities because you're carrying both aviation fuel and all next door to each other in infrastructure terms. And you need multiple of those setups. No. There are many reasons why that wouldn't get built in that scenario, but no. A Supermax tanker, fuel tanker, yeah, you could probably build one of those. You probably would have had them. Let's be honest, the Royal Navy used to have some very big tankers whose sole job was to take fuel between various bases around the world. And then from those bases it'd be loaded into fast fleet oilers, which would actually supply the fleet. So, yeah. That I can see being it can be Supermax tanker, yes, Supermax tanker that carries ammunition, and you need other cranes for offloading the ammunition. Oh god, that thing would just be a nightmare in every level. I would never say idiot. I'd say not well versed in the realities of maritime logistics or ship-based firefighting or damage control. I would say they have built a dream system, which is a dream because it's a one-stop shop for everything that solves all their problems, but it's an absolute nightmare for reality. Oh no! Honestly, the fuel, the facilities it needed would be would be a nightmare. But the actual damage control is the reason I would veto it. The facilities would just, before you even built the facilities, you get the concept of someone going, "Let's build this," and someone going, "I will shoot you. Leave now." See, Clarke, is the future of naval aviation a mix of crewed and uncrewed aircraft flying in swarms? It depends. And I wouldn't say uncrewed aircraft will always be flying in swarms. There's a lot of options that are coming up, and I think it's very difficult to exactly predict how it's going to turn out. But it's going to be interesting. Jacob, they just need a key, like any other cover ship. Yeah, but that key is, as I've just been over, is going to have to be designed for all sorts of things. That room, if the Royal Australian Air Force, PBY, shot down by the Japanese a day or so before the Japanese launch attacks over the South China Sea, how much got a radio message off? Perhaps home with the bullet holes? That would have made things interesting. Would it have affected Pearl Harbor? It could have affected the alert readiness. So, I tend to walk guard jacks with steel toes on for a reason. And yes, it is important to be authoritative with fluffs as to their respect and obedience. Yeah, I tend to find that my shoes are solid enough without being steel toe caps, but usually I don't. In this case, I just went, no. If you can imagine that, a lot louder, and I had the corgi in the air. But the trouble is, I twisted, and I sort of slipped a bit as I twisted, and this leg, which sort of recovered, but wasn't quite, and I didn't have a bandage on, went, ah! And took all the weight in the twist, and it just went, yeah. Oh, no, too. Then again, idiot is short and all those qualifiers together. Yes, but I am an educator. For me, the only stupidity in life is the question not asked. More often than not. There are exceptions to that rule. But as I teach my students, in the nicest way, when you're trying to learn, not asking the question is the stupid thing, and the embarrassing thing. Not asking the question to learn. The person who asked me where is the nearest Five Guys outside of Five Guys when I was standing there with my Five Guys Coke in my hand, literally I just walked out the door, possibly goes for being a stupid question, but I presumed they just hadn't realised it went behind me. And I went, oh, I missed that. I'm sort of going, you're literally standing in front of windows, huge windows that are red and white, and it's Five Guys, and there's a sign further down there, and there's a sign sticking out above us. There are people on tables around me, behind me, eating Five Guys. I'm not saying that to you, but, you know, there's a question here. An English Wrag back in 1995 suggested the aircraft to be included in the Washington Treaty because it wouldn't cut down on overhead. That'd be fun. Sean Brown, such a port facility sounds like it has a built-in Russian smoking accident. It has many issues. Mike Maximus, so no LNG super tanker supercarrier. No. Craig H, what is your opinion on the recent developments of the Republic of Korea Navy? I rather like their amphibious vessels, a new Armstrong ship that was seemed interesting. They have some very interesting ideas. I'd like to see what their new carrier is like if they actually build it. Oh, and in other things, we are, again this year, we're not just doing Australia, we're also doing the Naval Leaders. We're going to be all going to the Naval Leaders Conference in Farnborough in later May. So if you if you are around and going to that, you'll find me, Drac, Dr. Dan, and Gareth there wandering around, looking at the ships and looking at the future of naval warfare. I'm not sure if I'm going to be there the whole time. I might disappear off for the Wednesday, but I should be there both the Tuesday and the Thursday. And I think the guys are planning on being there the whole time. I was referring to storm delay that prevented an anticipated December 6th arrival. Did this not happen? Oh, that happened, but it would have been... Still would have made December 7th. Could have made it. Or it's one of them, yeah. Did you see the video of the first Flight X SpaceX's Super Heavy booster? Yes, I did see it. They've done a lot of damage to the pad. But broadly speaking, you learn more from failure than success often. And they seem to have learned, they hopefully have learned something from that. It was certainly spectacular enough to do so. I got my Jack Russell when I was 6. I was out walking one day when it was about third of 3, and a large dog lab came after me. He saw it off by going underneath. He would not let large dogs near me forever afterwards. He never met a person he didn't like and would get attacked and run from a ground's cat. Jack Russells are a funny breed. They're lovely. But yeah, this one was off the lead, completely out of control, and ran down the street. And it was a case of the person, their owner was running behind and going, "Stop! Stop! I'll give you bickies! Stop!" And you sort of feel sorry for them in a way, but also you sort of go, why were you walking off the lead in the first place? Because you've got the lead dangling in midair. So, how's it come off the lead in the first place? If you were chasing the lead, and if it had slipped from your hand, I can understand, but you've actually unclipped the lead. How? Why? Actually, what are our stupid questions? When is the 3 PM parade? Yeah, we all had those funds. I was once asked at 5:30 when does the 6 o'clock show begin. I looked at him and said, well, we'd like everyone to be seated by 5:45. There'll be a compare from 5:50. The show begins at 6. Carry on. Dan, I hope that my name badge will have my title as Auxiliary Build Pump. I think your name badge will have SimSec/ship shape on it. I seem to remember reading all the hilarious suggestions you all came up with for name badges, and just went, yeah, I'm copying and pasting the same one for everyone just to make my life easier. You can add extras if you wish to. The conference, the Navy Leaders Conference, is down below. Down below in underneath the patron vote. It's a good one. Sharon, how much to get that group all to wear matching Admiral BT fan club while walking around? Well, if you wish to make a donation of about 40 grand to Ship Shape, we would probably do that. Actually, I say a lie. About 60 grand and we'll do that. So one person makes a single donation of 60 grand, and we will do the old dress. We will walk around wearing a badge saying Admiral BT Fan Club. In AOA lore. Okay, those two ships were purchased by getting used as heavy support ships. Yeah. Far smaller ships could do the job far cheaper and far more flexibly. Good luck, Cody85. 36 hours of mandatory overtime this weekend and a large tour coming. Good luck! Good luck. Might I suggest a lot of Iron Brew? I'm now wondering about a t-shirt with what will Nelson do. I will be wearing a shirt and tie at the moment unless someone pays that 60 grand. However, if you want to come with a whole set of ties about what will Nelson do, I'm sure we'll go with that. So, 92. Sorry, that whole SpaceX thing just seems to be regression bug after regression bug to me. They've come to show much and not suddenly forgot to do the basics. Deflector for internal kudos. Internet kudos. It happens. People get caught up in their own hubris. Maximus, if you decide to come back to Canada in 2024, the SW Keewatin will be moved to Kingston at the Marine Museum on the Great Lakes by about summer. She's a 1907 lake passenger steamer. Cool. I'm not sure if we're going to make Canada in 2024, but I am trying to make it myself at some point. And again, this is another reason why I want Ship Shape to work well, because if Ship Shape works well, then I can possibly do more things through it. Jerry, I have encountered someone who asked me when was the War of 1812. Well, the trouble is, it does run on a bit longer than 1812. That's the trouble. I think some people get confused because they go, "Well, hang on, it lasts a little bit. It doesn't stop in 1812." And you go, "No, it doesn't." Seven. Hence the size 11 steel toe. I'm not having my dog attacked because of someone else's incompetence. Yeah, that is the temptation. I wouldn't, but that is the temptation. In this case, I just, stepped in the way. What would you take? Phantom without cannon or F8 Crusader? Ooh. A Phantom without its cannon can still probably get away from things. F8 Crusader. Do I actually have to do combat in them, Steven Richards? Because if I have to do combat in them, I'll take the Phantom. If I don't, if I just have to, when I say combat, I mean air-to-air, actual dogfighting, air-to-air engaging. Because I'll take the cannon of the Phantom and I'll bug out. If I'm doing just a general flight, I'll probably, I might take the Crusader. In other words, did launch aircraft looking for the Adrian Forces? There are see some records of some aircraft landing at Ford to armed with bomb. Unsure if they launched from CV6 armed. I think that was the problem. They weren't within range to launch armed. Why 60 grand? Because that's 15 for each of us, and that means we have the dream trip. So what we've done is we've got 3 price points for the Australia trip, right? We have the dream trip, which is frankly full, everything amazing. We have the 42 grand point where we can do everything and we are happy we can do everything, we can fit everything into the maximum and we can work our way ourselves silly but still be okay. And there's the amount which is less than that, which is basically we can do everything and we'll probably do everything well, but we will probably need to put in some money ourselves, a lot more money ourselves, and we'll need to put in, because with the 60 we don't have to put any money in ourselves. With 42 we pretty much don't have to put any money in ourselves other than paying for what we normally be paying for, i.e. food and the things of the access to museums and those sort of things, and we've got all the equipment. But if it's the figure below that, then we have to pay for more stuff and we have to travel really, really economy. I have to say there is an interesting scenario on the bottom one which I do find fun on the economy one, because there's the sort of the case of there's the team going, yeah, I'll just pay for the upgrade on the day, and there's me going, listen, I go, if I've been paid, I'll pay for the upgrade on the day, because I agree with you. But yeah. Malaga, Alex, speaking of ship shape, I have made a donation there a few days ago, and so far it's an email from PayPal. Is that supposed to be this way? That was all set up by Gareth, and let me find my phone and check with Gareth. Let me find my phone and check with Gareth. I'm sure Drakinifel was supposed to be doing a live this weekend, but he hasn't. Okay. Let me just message Gareth. Actually, Dan, are you still on the chat? Dan? Because you could then do it instead of me, but no. There we go. Sent message to Gareth. Shipshape is its own channel, is its own sort of website, and it's going to be its own channel as well. Reynolds, does 65k get us the Kamchatka Appreciation and Rehabilitation Association? Honestly, that we probably do for 40 because that's less suffering. Let's be honest. I am just quoting the figures because of the prices I know, and basically going, you know, I'm philosophical. It pays for me to do the history. That's what I care about. I have been told I need to change my financial earning strategy if I am ever to get in a serious relationship again or anything like that, because my financial earning strategy has literally got to the point of I earn money to do the history to earn money to do the history. And I've got to earn slightly more money than I am doing at the moment. But literally that money would pay for the history. So that's all I'm asking for, because I'm not greedy. That's the other trouble. I'm really not. I need to learn to be slightly more financially greedy. I get told off by people who are the people who sort out things like my pay, etc. You know, I have a very nice agent called Nigel who looks after me through past preservers for when I do TV work, etc. And he consistently tells me off whenever I say, well, I don't mind, I'll do it for this sum. And he goes, no, you will do it for this sum, which is a higher point, and you will get that, paid that sum. And he's always right. He always gets me what he's telling me I'm supposed to be paid. I just never estimated that high. And then there's a few other people like that, and then there's the trouble universities and forget it, and them not paying me. And my accountant tells me off regularly. She tells me I shouldn't work for them anymore. And I go, but then I need to find another job, and I'm applying for the. I've got the thing of, I can either be applying for the permanent posts, or I can be applying for the contract post, because I can't fit in applying for both sets of posts at the same time. So I'm basically be doing a renewing process for most of my contracts. It's not necessarily the best thing. Why is that expanded? Oh, I pressed that. There you go. Craig, is the Type 32 still going ahead? As I don't know what is going on. Basically, Craig H, the Type 32 is going to be what we all knew it was going to be. Type 31 Batch 2. Basically, that's what the entire Type 32 office has been pretty much moved into the Type 31 office. And it was called Type 32, but actually it's going to be Type 31 Batch 2 to stop them having to do a competition process and possibly having to close down Rosario. No one wants to do that, so no, they're going to carry on doing it. That's right. SpaceX didn't build a flame trench because on Mars they won't have it, so they're trying to do it in such a way so the rocket will be able to launch back from the surface of Mars. Yeah, they just need to build a flame trench on Mars. In the nicest way, take a dozer. Or build an artificial structure which raises it up. Those are your options. Captain Stephen, real late steamers. Have you ever been on to Walter Scott and Loch Catherine? I think I did when I was very young, but I honestly can't remember if it was that. That's the one I'm thinking of. Because at one point when I was about 3 or 4, we went for a tour around various lakes in the country because my dad was obsessed with seeing the old steamships. and we went around lots of them. And I think I did that one as well, because I seem to remember talking about Ivanhoe the whole time. But I honestly can't be 100% sure, because I was about 4. So, that was kind of a long time ago. Let's put it this way. I'm now closer to 40 than I am by a 4 by a long, long way. Oh no, the booster isn't going for miles, only second stage of that is capable. Decorator, of course the Phantom can make the Crusader cross by attacking. Nice here. If World War I started in 1862, who would be fighting who? Goodness gracious me, who knows? That's a whole thing. Hang on. Yes, we've just got into the Peter C. Smith's Skua scenario. So, in 1862, who'd be fighting who? Well, it'll be a Britain versus France scenario, probably. If it's going to be a world war again, in which case Germany, or rather Prussia and Italy, could well be on the side of Britain, along with most of the South Americas. Spain's probably on the side of France, which means America probably ends up on the side of Britain somehow, or neutral. And Russia, who knows? They're a wild card. Probably fighting the British. Probably on the side of the French. St. Richards, if you were planning a trip to the USA, would you visit any subs? Yes. I would risk the RNEs a few 300 tons goldish for junior officers and shoot fireball and whatnot. Not well, really. Think about what they're used for. What would they be used for by the UK? What UK waters support those? They're great if Britain's going to establish a Baltic squadron, but they're not really good for the UK waters. Britain can't use them to send them out as part of a task force to the South Atlantic. They don't have the range. They can't use them as a task force to send them out to the Far East. They have to be forward-based. Now, if you want to forward-base a squadron in the Mediterranean, in the Far East, and in the South Atlantic, that's great. But then that's going to be a lot more than just a few for training junior officers. And then that's going to be your money from other things. Here we go. Black and Peter Smith's Skua. Now, until I haven't read a book about this yet, it's not perfect. It's not in any way so perfect. I have an interesting sort of relationship with Peter Smith's books, because he wrote a book about another class of destroyers and basically spends a large amount of time in that book panning tribal class destroyers. So you can imagine my view on that book and on him from that perspective. But I understand to an extent his case for that one. I understand the logic behind it. I don't agree with it, but I understand the logic behind it. So it might be personally not my view, and I might personally not therefore be in agreement with that book. But I understand why he does it, and he is a very, very good historian. Gareth has popped back into the chat to answer questions. Thank you, Gareth and Gareth. Gareth the Brit has answered the questions on shipshape. And if anyone else has some questions on shipshape, please just quickly address them to Gareth while I'm reading this. He's amazing and really knows what he's talking about. So, let's talk about... Ooh, smoke floats. On each side of the bomb compartment were two smaller compartments, which housed smoke floats, in line fore and aft, and let into the undersurface of the centre plane. The upper portion of the main compartment was closed by the detachable fairing, as mentioned above, the bomb being carried below this fairing. Small compartments had hinge doors, which were opened by the weight of the floats when they were released. Springs on hinges returned the doors to the closed position. I just love that. You know, that's part of the bomb gear of a Skua, and a Skua is a really good dive bomber. However, this is one of the more interesting sections. The saga of the dive bombing site. On Monday, the 18th of October, 1857, the Third Ministry meeting of the Dive Bomb Site Subcommittee took place in the Air Ministry. Air Commodore A.G. Jarrod was present as the air officer commanding the RAF's armaments group. And this time, Captain Langley had some support in the form of Commander R.M. Ellis, Royal Navy, of the Naval Armaments Division of the Admiralty. Mr. Meredith dismissed the trials of the simple site as being inadequate for the correct assessment of the value of the site. Shutting the stable door, Garrard thought it might be advisable for the Royal Air Establishment representative to attend any future trials, but Meredith stated that further tests of the simple site were not considered necessary. It was the multi-directional site under development that offered the chance of a large order of accuracy. The multi-directional site, linked to a gyroscopic mechanism, would automatically release the bomb at the correct instant after the pilots had carried out the attack dive, with the target vessel in his sight. The gyroscopic device was in advanced state of construction and would be ready shortly. It was also revealed that Squadron Leader Wingate of the Royal Aeronautical Establishment, RAE, who liked the method, had practiced the initial part of the operation diving onto the target. The snag remained that, when bombing a more moving vessel, the relative wind was a crucial factor, and Wingate said that such judgment was proving difficult to work out. A repeater from the DR compass would help, but again, once the later became available. Any warship under dive bombing attack could not be relied upon obligingly to steer a straight and steady course, and Captain Langley had to remind his RAF host that the possible alteration of the enemy's course would remain unaccounted for. What was really required was a vector sight in which the enemy course could be adjusted for avoiding action. Mr. Meredith reiterated that the fully automatic dive sight, briefly discussed at the previous meeting, and strongly advocated by himself, would cut out a tremendous amount of elaboration and would be much simpler to the operator. It would prove the only really satisfactory solution. This ruffled the RAF's feathers, and they quickly stomped on the idea. Mr. Bowen asked whether they were justified in developing, at considerable trouble, a complicated site for a type of bombing which might be obsolete in the very near future. The RAF had decided, in their wisdom, a wisdom that's not shared by the Luftwaffe, the American and Japanese navies, or the Soviet Air Force, that aircraft that could dive at angles of about 40 degrees would have disappeared in about 2 years' time, 1939. Wing Commander Davies joined in only enthusiastically. In his opinion, it was wrong to develop a special site for dive bombing only. He stated that he had recently visited the Goerz works in Austria, and that a modification of the high-level bombing, the normal method site, would suffice. Against these broadsides, Captain Langley repeated the Admiralty's viewpoint yet again. As far as the fleet airman was concerned, he stated, they did not look upon level bombing as the primary form of attack, and dive bombing was considered as its first importance, even though the RAF was determined not to use it. In the fleet, it was anticipated that dive bombing on similar lines to those practiced at present would be required for the fleet airman for at least 10 years, and that a dive site would be required as a definite requirement, even if its development took 2 years. Langley also stated that while ultra-high speed was not a requirement and could be sacrificed, endurance could not. External bomb stowage was therefore acceptable, but they would not revert from pilot sighting to observer sighting as per the RAF's level technique, as it had no relevance. While he agreed with Meredith's idea for a fully automatic sight was worth investigating, the vector type was necessary. Under questioning, Langley revealed that the bombing accuracy errors were unacceptably high. These errors he gave as roughly 80 yards against a stationary target. The Admiralty would like to increase the heights to 3,000 or 4,000 feet for bomb release, while at the same time consider reducing the errors. However, there was no enthusiasm at all for this type of thinking on the RAF side. They were all fixated on enemy cities laid waste from end to end, and winning the war unaided by things like armies and navies. Precision hardly entered their equation. It was almost looked upon as a quaint relic of a bygone age. It was finally decided that the only multi-directional sight should be proceeded with, when the gyroscopic release was ready. While it was strongly recommended that the sight should be tested on the type of aircraft upon which it was ultimately intended to use it, they instead agreed to conduct trials at Orford Ness with a Fairey Swordfish TSR biplane, or failing the RAF or Admiralty being able to supply one, a Hawker Hart. The RAF's DRMD expressed the opinion that it would take several years even to find out whether the fully automatic sight was even feasible, but Langley reiterated that the multi-directional sight should not be regarded as by any means meeting the full requirements of the Admiralty, but at best would be but a temporary solution. The Admiralty had, after all, already been requesting such a site for 6 years now. I would actually date it slightly earlier. This is from 1937. They're putting it back to 1931. I would say the Royal Navy's been talking about such a site for closer to 12 years by this point. The RAF representative again returned to the attack. Even a simple site under trial was only intended to cater for dives of 50 to 80 degrees. Virtually point-blank bombing. Due to the diving limitations of new high-speed aircraft, bombing angles of 20 degrees would be the norm in future. However, as the Admiralty, the potential of dive bomber had long been recognised. Firstly, in its inherent accuracy against ship targets, and particularly so against soft-skinned warships, i.e. cruisers, destroyers and the like, but also crucially against their likeliest opponents at the time of planning, the Japanese aircraft carriers, with their unprotected wooden decks. Secondly, as a useful flak suppressor against capital ships, which, if they could not sink outright, they could cause so much damage to the ship's defences that it would both split defensive fire and increase the chances of a low-level torpedo bomber attack during the actual sinking. Such views was continually expressed at the highest level of the Royal Navy in the 1930s, but it has to be remembered that after a long, hard fight, the control of the Fleet Air Arm was only won back from the indifferent administration of the RAF in July 1937, becoming the Royal Naval Air Service. And it was only actually put back under full control of the Royal Navy in 1939. The Inskip Award is made in 1937, but it's a 2-year process to take it back under control of the Royal Navy. So it's 2 years. You start the Inskip Award, it's 1937. Yay! Royal Navy's got control of the Fleet Air Arm. Nope, not for 2 years. The RAF fights as a very successful rearguard action, because apparently the Admiralty couldn't absorb such a technical department within immediately. And you can argue that they didn't have the people, but they could have probably done something. Some 3 years later, a dive bombing site was still not available to the Fleet Air Arm. On 10th of October 1940, a report appeared from the Royal Aeronautical Establishment at South Armborough, comparing the methods that are currently being employed to devastating effect by Luftwaffe was the still only proposed British system. They found, not surprisingly, that the German system was superior. This led to another meeting on the 14th of December 1940, this time in room 5002 on Thames House South, to further talk about the German system, which incorporated both automatic pull-out and automatic bomb release. It was proposed to hold trials to evaluate the German method in lieu of the system now in development at the Royal Aircraft Establishment, which is based on a gyroscope, with view of its eventual adoption, if it should prove satisfactory in any aircraft in which dive bombing will be an operational requirement. The actual wartime experiences of the German method in action in Poland, Norway, and Low Countries and France was apparently still not sufficient to convince the air marshals, although one air ministry official tardily conceded the dive bombing success obtained in Norway by the Stukas and Junkers has raised in the mind of the air staff the suspicion that perhaps the pre-war policy of neglecting the dive bomber was not entirely sound. As one historian was to record, possibly because they had the same priorities, the technical staff of the Air Ministry, and later at the MAP, were in Navy's opinion sometimes neither as sympathetic to naval requirements nor as willing to solve particular problems as they might have been. He also recorded how the air staff were particularly defeatist over these projects in which they had little or no departmental interest. There was certainly the case in a prolonged controversy over the Navy's dive bomber requirement. It's a good book. Right, let's catch up with the questions. It turns out those things are based on the idea of the Canadian Float Logistics and Sea Lift capability from the 1990s, which was, if I'm not mistaken, never built. Yeah, a couple of years old in New Stafford. A couple of years. Right then, from Gareth S. DeBritt, Gareth, the ship shape emails, you should get an account creation one, but it's not necessarily strictly necessary. We have all the details once you pay. So Clarke, in the Washington Naval Treaty, did include additional classifications beyond the capital ships. At what level would the tonnage numbers be in your opinion? You see, the very fact of keeping it to 10,000 tons made life a lot easier. Because if they hadn't, there are some very interesting ships floating around, and you could end up with a limitation on destroyers of 2,500 tons. You could have had light cruisers at 5,000. Well, probably you would have somewhere between the 2.5 and the 10,000 tons. They draw a limit for light cruisers, and they'd probably have had to come up with a sloop category as well. But the moment you start having more categories, you get into a lot of problems. Cool, Colin Cameron. You were talking about ship simulator games the other day, and it reminded me about playing Under the Ice, a tactical sub simulator based upon moving subs on the GA UK map Altari game. Cool. Gareth Britt, we'll put together a newsletter for updates on coins, extra vids, no. Cool. Jacob, I can't create any more. I didn't get that one either. I just got the confirmation from DevNull. Ah. Have I played Courage? Have you done a Cold Waters game for a playthrough for by chance? I think so, but I think that was when I was back at King's. And a forward-based ship for each flotilla. Good luck, Captain Banjo. Blackburn Maximus, in one of your key ships, you mentioned about doing a series about unbuilt ships. Will you do CVA-1, US 97? So far the series I've got matched out doesn't include those, but there might be a later. There are going to be more series this year because you know, I've got some extra trips as well this year. I've been told I've got summer school with Justin Craig, so I've got a couple of weeks off in the summer as well when I'll be disappearing off. So there'll be an extra series covering those. And there'll probably be a series turn up in September, because usually I wander around in September. And there'll be another series, probably some more turning up in Christmas time, because I'll probably put some more key ships into the Christmas videos, because I kind of like doing them. Is ship shape shaping up well? I think so. Safford, that sounds lovely, but the trouble is, and this is going to sound terrible, I don't want to leave my mum and sister at the moment. They can't, they are not well enough. And that's the thing, it's like even when we are sort of looking at the idea of moving in the UK, and that would probably help matters, because there's another uni which, if I moved close enough to, they'd happily employ me on 0.6 permanent contract. Which is part-time, but yeah, it's 3 days a week, which is fine. And then I could then keep all this up happily. But the trouble is, you know, even when looking at scenario, I'm looking at scenarios of, as I've said before, either a nanny flat and a sort of nanny flat, you know, and my own separate cottage in the garden or something like that, so I'm close by for at least the next couple of years to help them out and get them back into place, because they got so mucked up during COVID. That they were completely housebound, confined, all sorts of things, and there are so many issues they are dealing with health-wise, etc. The legacies of that. They didn't get COVID, touch wood, and they, you know, all those things, but they've got legacies which they're dealing with, and, you know, family first. That's how I was raised. Jack Garrisburg may end up in your spam. If we did something that required the account's logins, we'd do a specific shout out to peeps to create one, so nobody missed out. Cool. Ah. Garrisburg, it should be fine then. I noticed it doesn't always suggest people create accounts. It takes a very Spanish Navy approach to following orders. If we were going to gate something, I'd force a fresh email to everyone. Malaga, I don't actually remember creating it, but so long as you send something to me eventually regarding everything, then I'm good. Thank you, Malaga. It's when we go, Garius. It's not if, it's when. I have full confidence and support and belief in it. Now you have to, because if you don't, yeah. It's when we go. Jackery, I just logged into ShipShape and Byte Defender said it's an infected page. Threat name, JS Tang Trojans. Ooh, that's fun. Good luck, Garrus, and thank you, Jack Ray. Then, certain parts of the RAF Air Ministry really drank the strategic bomb Kool-Aid, did they? Yep. Which was done. Yes, Bomber Harris is arguing to keep the bombers attacking German cities even before frigating D-Day instead of the front invasion attacking logistics. They did. You have to remember, it's the cult of Gileo Duhay, and it's the attractiveness of it. You know, the idea of winning wars without those terrible, having to send infantry into those terrible attacks. The idea of winning a war cleanly. That's the belief. But of course you're bombing cities into submission. And so far there has never been a scenario where you've bombed a city into submission, bombed people into submission that way successfully. There are some people who go, well, they'll point to the first Gulf War. You took out the ability to fight, but then ground troops went in. Kosovo. Ooh, I'm not sure that really counts, considering when the Serbs withdrew, they actually withdrew more forces than we thought they had. In the first place. So that gets problematic, and there are reasons for the draw, but I'm not really sure. They just decided Kosovo wasn't worth holding against the threat, and the thing is, they did start their withdrawal once they realised the sheer amount of ground forces NATO had built up on their border. And then we come very, very close to fighting all with Russia over an airport. And when you realise that the world was saved by possibly one of the most random people on this earth refusing to follow orders of an American general instructing him to fight when he didn't have need to. And the American general was going, fight, they're blocking you. And he was going, I'm going to do fudge this in the British manner. And that's what he did. It's quite worrying. James Blunt is not the person you think should be giving an award for saving the world from World War III, but he should be. Thank you, Danai. Glad you enjoyed the Red Storm videos. Excellent. Dive bombing the decks of the Japanese carrier. Well, that's an all idea. It is a fun thing. It's one of the interesting things I once got chucked to me was said was, oh, you want proof that the Royal Navy's a battleship navy? They don't develop a dive bomber site. And you sit there and go, the Royal Navy wanted to develop a dive bomber site. They didn't have control of the systems to develop one. And they still got one developed for the Skua. By the back door. And the Skua site is blooming good for 1939, 1940. It's not the site they would want it to be, but it's blooming good for that period. So, did the RN use Helldivers or Dauntless? I know they use Hellcats. I think they did get Helldivers. Dauntlesses, I'm not 100% sure they did actually use in combat. I'm sure they slowed them at some point, but I don't think they actually use them in combat. King, for all his hate of his main allies, is an effective administrator at least. Yeah. And that was mostly due to his experience with BT. Let's be honest, King's entire hatred for the Royal Navy came from his experience with BT. You can accept a man hating us because of BT. You can do. So, I'm actually 5 minutes into this. Fleet Air Arm and a War in Europe, 1939 to 1945 by David Hobbs. This is actually a really cool book. And if you see what, you know, has been written at various points, it is a good book. It is worth a read. Because it covers what the home area is. That's the principal home area. And it gives you pictures which I have to say, a lot of them are ones which you don't get easily accessible in books as often as you used to. So this was quite a cool publication to get a book which came out with going, oh, you've got these pictures in. Oh, good. Russian convoy area. And the various lines of control and scenarios where things are going. And the ice edges. It's a really good book. The RAF accepted the most complex element of Fuller, but it was complicated by the lack of an operational staff within the Air Ministry and the service's disparate command structure. Fighter, bomber and coastal commands were effectively separate air forces that made little attempt to coordinate their normal daily activities. Only the most senior officers in each command knew what Fuller was, and since they had not briefed downwards, the speed with which events unfolded when the German squadron was located meant that most RAF aircrew took off with no knowledge of what they were supposed to be doing or why. The failure to concentrate assets before the event, especially in the case of the torpedo-armed Beaufort squadrons, led to uncoordinated attacks being carried out piecemeal by badly briefed crews. The possibility that the Germans might actually sail at night for a daylight passage through the Straits of Dover had been considered, and, to give adequate warning if it happened, Coastal Command ordered 3 different reconnaissance patrols to be carried out throughout the hours of darkness in the western and central channel areas. The first, known as Stropper, was off the entrance to Brest, the central one known as Line, SE, between Ushant and the Ile de Brahat, an eastern one known as Habbo, between Le Havre and Boulogne. All were flown by Lockheed Hudsons, fitted with anti-air surface radar, ASV radar. But the aircrew were not told why they were carrying them out, and probably regarded them as routine. The German task force sailed from Brest at 19:30 on 11th February, and every British plan put in place to detect German movements on that critical night went wrong. The first Stopper patrol aircraft on 11th February suffered an ASV radar failure. It was switched off while the aircraft evaded a German night fighter, and then switched on again at full power rather than low power as laid down in the operating manual. The crew wasted 40 minutes trying to fix it before returning to RAF Saint-Naval for a replacement aircraft that, when manned, failed to start. A second aircraft with serviceable ASV was on task from 22:38, but a gap had been left during which the enemy squadron had sailed. This critical gap in surveillance was not reported to any RAF command, the Admiralty or Admiral Ramsey. The first line, Southeast aircraft, arrived on task from Saint-Naval at 1940 hours, but it too suffered from an ASV radar failure. The crew spent 90 minutes trying to trace the fault, but at 21:13 hours they reported the failure and were ordered to return. No replacement aircraft was deployed, and so the enemy passed through Line SE area unreported between 0100 hours and 0400 hours on 12th February. Preface hours in which the Fuller plans should have been put into execution had been lost, and still gaps were not reported. Aircraft for the Habbo patrol line were flown from RAF Forney Island, and the first had a serviceable ASV, but detected nothing. The second also had a serviceable radar, but after it had flown only 2 circuits, it was ordered to return by its operating authority because of fears that thick mist in the airfield's vicinity might turn into fog and make aircraft recovery difficult. Again, one can only presume that neither the Saudis' controller nor the aircrew in the question had any idea of the importance of what they were doing. And the consequence of this incredible decision was that the aircraft came off task at 06:15 hours, an hour before it was brief departure time. The German squadron actually moved into its area of coverage before it was due off task, but yet again the gap was not reported. These three failures corresponded almost exactly with the actual times of passage of the enemy ships, and worse still, the lack of any report about the gaps in coverage meant that the naval headquarters at Dover and all the other agencies concerned with the implementation of Fuller were left in the belief that the patrols had been flown successfully and the enemy was still in Brest. During the period, the naval forces under Admiral Ramsay's direct command were normally ordered to assume immediate readiness at 0400 and then stood down to 4 hours notice at 0700 hours. Had the Admiral been aware that the enemy force was at sea and at time of movement, he might well have ordered continued immediate readiness beyond 0700 hours in order to attack at the earliest opportunity. As it was, the naval forces came to immediate readiness as usual at 0400 hours. Usually Nesman's crews manned their aircraft and strapped themselves into their cockpits. MTB crews were ready to sail, and 6 destroyers at Harwich had steam up ready to sail within minutes. At 0700 hours, with no knowledge that the other night patrols had failed, Admiral Ramsay's staff gave them the order to stand down. The Germans had not succeeded in proceeding thus far without being detected. Because of their own careful planning, they had been able to do so by a series of British failures. It's a good book to read. They'll be okay soon, Stafford. As I said, I'm leaving them for a month in June. It's just I prefer to get them moved and settled in a better property for them. As I've said, we either need to do a lot of work on this house, which is annoying because I've built all these things in the back, but I can't build a lift. I'd have to get a company in to do that, and we'd have to rebuild the kitchen and everything else. Or we need to move to some sort of bungalow or chalet accommodation, sort of a single floor property. And I use the expression chalet because that's sometimes to describe certain types of bungalows. And yeah, they'll be okay. They'll be fine. They're good, but life's been hard. Blackburn Maximus, when will the Type 83 cruiser paper by you and Drac be coming out? Probably it'll be finished by when we're in Australia, because then we'll be face to face and we'll sit down and get it done. And we're going to be face to face at the show for weeks on end. Nice. Were there really 22 of the Sparkhauser 1948 design planned? Yes. They planned 22. Mm-hmm. Take care, Tanif. I thought the RAF in the idea was more mad with poison gas attacks on cities. That was fun. Were Hiroshima and Nagasaki not bombed into submission? You can make the case, but that's not the scenario they were talking about. Because they were thinking of carpet bombing cities with high explosive and gas. Yes, using a single nuclear bomb, that does it. But the point I'd make is at that point, when you're using nuclear weapons, is it the bombing which is winning, or is it the nuclear weapons and the threat of total destruction of everything? Because you see, that's very different than bombing with bombs, even gas and high explosive. Nuclear weapons are total destruction. That's an annihilation fight. Think about the pre-war aerial bombing fallacy is one of those things that we today we respond with a facepalm. Gareth Britt. Preceding airport incident ends because the Jackson is confident his sub-commanders know which orders they have to follow and which they don't, and Wes Clarke didn't. I interviewed both of them about it. That is the advantage of Jackson had met his most subordinate commanders and had complete faith. But it still is James Blunt. Please note, it's still James Blunt. That's the main point that worries me. Okay. World War One gets a lot of stick for them having to figure things out, but honestly, the same goes for World War Two and every other war, to be honest. Yep. The RN Fleet Air Arm showed the USN the FOU was an aircraft that could be landed well on deck in turning short final. Yes, it was the Fleet Air Arm which finally, but the US Marine Corps were heading there. The US Navy's far happier to, let's say, put the trophy to the Royal the Fleet Air Arm than it is though the US Marine Corps. Gotta love it. If you decide your subordinates don't need to know why they're doing what you have them do. Operation Fuller, showing that there are important negatives as well as important positives. Jack, Ray, and Garius are currently having a lovely chat about IT stuff. I knew I should have got you two chatting away before, because you two can have a fun geek out over it. Why did the Kriegsmarine want 22 examples of ships so poorly armoured scout cruisers that would not survive a commerce raid? Look, I never basically treat them as long-range destroyers, and they suddenly start to make sense. Okay, that's what I do with them. I treat them as basically large destroyers, badly armed light destroyers, but large destroyers. I'll add Garrus to the Killick trap. I'll go into there and sort that out now. I think he's, is he in my Discord? Hey, by gum. Right, you should find yourself in Killick now, Garrus the Brit. As long as you are the Garrus the Brit who joined today. Correct. The Emperor had formally surrendered, but I would say the city surrendered. The yield of bombs hit specific part of the cities, and many people survived on the outskirts. Mm. Given the 1945 tech, I'd argue the only advantage of nukes is the number of bombers needed, not scale destruction. Look at Tokyo on 10th March 1945. True, but there again, the Japanese cities are kind of interesting because they are wood and paper's construction. Blunt stops the initial push on the airport, but the followed-up armoured assault can only be done by the British 4th Armoured, and Dana in charge knows he can alert London to the order. London then alert the US State Department, and Wes Clarke gets a very clear phone call telling him to rescind everything. It's useful. How much difference would it make if instead of the historic Invincible design, the Royal Navy adopted a modernized version evolution design of HMS Hermes? So basically, if the Royal Navy took the Centaur class design and upgraded it, let's see. Okay. So the Invincible class are 22,000 tons fully loaded. The Centaur class were 28,700 tons fully loaded. They were 23,900 tons, 24,300 tons in standard. For the Hermes, Invincibles, 16,000 tons light, which will call for roughly equivalent standard for this scenario. So you're probably looking at if you're saying you design them as about a 30,000, you design them to be roughly 25,000 tons, top weight roughly 33,000 tons fully loaded, and with a top speed of, well, again, 28 knots. Both of them had 28 knots. You are probably looking at something which has an air group capacity. Well, the height of the Falklands War, they have 21 Sea Harriers aboard, 21 Harriers aboard, and 10 Sea Kings. So they have 31 aircraft aboard on Hermes, and Hermes is designed for that. Probably they can. It's more than likely you're looking at something which, if you're not designing without circumstances and designing without weight, and you're designing with the Harriers and all these things in mind, you're probably looking at something which is going to carry roughly up to 24 Sea Harriers and 24 Sea Kings. So 48 aircraft is probably what you're looking at. Which is a far, far more capable strike asset, because the usual range was about 18 towards the end of life Harriers and 4 Sea Kings or Merlins, and their normal was about 10 Sea Kings and 12 Harriers. So normally they had roughly 22 aircraft on. So if you're talking about an air group which is well, at least I would say at least 36 aircraft, you could probably compare it on 18 of both, but probably you could be talking about 48 aircraft designed into it, which would be more than enough. Because you consider you're carrying the same air group. Invincible's carrying roughly the same air group as Hermes on about 8,000 tons less weight. So you're adding in 8,000 more tons. Well, you don't need to add in necessarily X amount of thousand more engines or all these things. You design the hull. Those things aren't going to take up that much more space. It's going to give you a lot more hangar space and a lot more fuel capacity, etc. So yeah, you can probably make a fairly big difference in a carrier. Second one. The first one was a Discord bardic. Okay. Hopefully I've given you access to it. Let me just check my Discord. Basically, Garrus, have I got the right one? Because have you got access to Killick chat? If you've got access to Killick chat, then you're in the right one, and then I've got the right one. Blackman Maximus. Instead of larger magazines for missile launchers, if the US and UK had instead added more launchers in super firing, or say... or say in HMS Nature in 1902, would this have affected adoption of VLS? Probably not, because VLS allows theoretically instantaneous launch. Of pretty much VLS allows you without any cycling, any gap, to cycle through and launch every missile you have. So dealing with the saturation attacks, which they were worried the Soviets were planning, VLS makes the greatest sense. Which is why I often turn around to people and go, well, what happens if the enemy doesn't do a saturation attack? Because we do, everything is based on the idea of a swarm. But what happens if you do a dribble? Think about it. We all think about a swarm of a massive volume of missiles coming in, overwhelming. But if you're under a missile attack, and it doesn't matter if it's 2 or 3 missiles, you fire off 2 missiles or 3 missiles. You fire as many missiles as you need to. Good example is Falklands War, where Captain Blackhouse, who's in charge of... Is it Black or Blackhouse? Black, I think. Who's in charge of HMS Invincible. When they're under missile attack, he goes fire 1, fire 2, then remembers that this is not an exercise, fire 3, fire 4, fire 5, fire 6, and there are just 2 missiles inbound. They're not even inbound on his carrier, but he's firing all these missiles. Now you think about that. So if you fire a couple of missiles, they drain maybe 6 or so missiles. Okay, let's say you're carrying 96 missiles. So I launch how many attacks to drain off all those 96? Divide 96 by 6. What do you get? And if your answer is 16, yeah, so 32 missiles. Then I launch a strike with 8 missiles. You gave permissions to the wrong one. Okay. thought I'd gotten the right one, but let's go to General. Garrus the Brit. Another rolls, adding in rolls, Killick, and... Oh. Seriously, Garrus, you and Drakenfeld have got to stop copying each other's photos. There you go. Got the right one. I do not know. Why they like to do that, I do not know. Done. That's certain. Okay. My honest, maybe just as well the initial Corsair trials on Bunker Hill failed. It was the only way the Marines would have got the Corsairs, I think. Yeah, it does help them. That's certain. Would you count the counterclass as treaty-breaking ships, given how they cheated on the treaty? I do think I did a whole list of treaty-busting ships, and I did include the counterclass in it. I don't consider it necessarily breaking the treaty. It's not breaking the law or rules of the treaty, but it is certainly doing something about the spirit of the treaty. I've got to fill that gap in at some point. Also, my grandfather was a prisoner of war in Hiroshima after when the bomb went off, and he had a story about going through the city with a wheelbarrow trying to get food. He also had a story of the night before the US bombing the POW cameras. There were reports that jets were hiding anti-aircraft guns in them. Mums, how can you call that a cheat? They were 10,000-ton cruisers, and when war came, it was amazing they could so easily carry this armor they had laying around. No cheat. Yeah, it's the spirit, not the law. The letter. John, will we still use Standard even after the end of Washington? Feels a bit weird. I guess it became a thing in 20 years. Standard's been around. Standard sounds so good for people. The Standard missile. But you're on the 6th generation and they have 100 iterations almost for every single missile. For every single type of missile. Yeah, but they're standards. We're just ordering more standard missiles. Richards, how's like finally like finding a house, fitting a house for the family? Not yet. I'm probably going to have to go do some serious hunting in the summer. And my family don't really realise that, but I'm going to have to do some serious hunting. And I'm also going to have to seriously get a house sorted out. I have a feeling at some point I'll be paying a lot of pizza. I find it interesting how many you can ram in for a war. I guess the Queen Elizabeth can probably take more than 40 aircraft if you have to them. I think they can do. I think we all admit that. But there's also a case of the Royal Navy tends to give a listing of how many they would fit on them in terms of war in the North Atlantic. So, in terms of operating in the North Atlantic, and the waves in the North Atlantic and South Atlantic, these are the number of aircraft you can fit on, because these are the aircraft you can fit inside the frigating hangar. And you can it will keep in the air and etc. And you can keep safe from the storms. The number of aircraft you could operate on them in the Pacific, etc. is different. You can do more deck parking. I know that Hermes had much larger bomb rooms than Invincible. A deck also looks to be better set up for flight ops. Yep. Got the right one, then. Take our spirit, I think, now. I don't know. What armored cruisers and protector cruisers did the US Navy still have in service by 1927? Oh. I'd have to go look it up. To remember off the top of my head, I'm not remembering off the top of my head. I wouldn't trust. You're, nicest way. Yeah, I wouldn't trust it off the top of my head. I'd have to go look it up. Grey H. Could a group of any ship missiles in very quick succession be fooled by countermeasures? It does seem like dribbling the out and changing position to recommit to the attack would be better. There are many options. Basically, people love to talk about the big option, which is the really big, scary option, because the dribbling option is, that's not much. Well, no, we'll be able to withdraw. Will you be able to withdraw? Will you think these attacks have been lighter than you expected? Will you be gloating about how the enemy has failed to launch a coordinated attack? They just launched individual attacks and short attacks, and you've easily fended them off. Then you're left with a situation where you've got half our missiles left. Do we carry on or do we withdraw? What was that, dude? Well, let's be honest. That was one of the strikes on the carrier battle group in the Falklands War. And it wasn't just Invincible churning out her sea darts. There were 2 other vessels churning out their sea darts, and even a couple of vessels churning out their Seawolf. So a lot of missiles got fired at those missiles, and one still hit. Take care, O2. Dan I. VLS has its pros and cons. Currently more pros than not, I believe. Yes, there are more pros. A combination of VLS launch of a magazine with certain missiles would perhaps be a good idea, possibly. It would be... The main attraction of a magazine scenario is it's possibly more easy to reload at sea. And the trouble is, it's reloading VLS at sea and working out how to do that. And we've had various ideas at various points, but no one has really invested the money into reloading VLS at sea. If you can crack that and make it practical and workable and cost efficient to reload missiles at sea, especially in the more recent delicate missiles, you will have made a fortune and changed the entire spectrum of warfare. If I remember correctly, last book, and the reason for tonight's book, the theme is what was one of last week's books, to an extent. In fact, I was asked about it. Fast Carriers by Clarke G. Reynolds. Were the US in trouble when it came to cruisers in mid to late 1920s? Not really, because they already had programs in place to start building new cruisers. Let's be honest, there is a reason the US Navy was concentrating on their scout force before they reiterated their battle force. There's a reason they were building Lexingtons and all the other things. Take care, Bob. Thank you for watching. Then did they try to reload big container? They haven't tried, I think, the big container packs yet. They tried individual missiles, and that was not fun. Let's see, where should we go with? Okay. A new enemy threat to pending carrier operations, the Japanese night air operations. Rear Admiral McCain, while commanding Naval Air Squadrons. Sorry, corky hair in my mouth. While commanding Naval Air in the Solomons in 1942, had been dismayed by the single Japanese washing machine Charlie that flew over Guadalcanal and dropped a few £100 bombs just to keep the troops awake. Having no night fighters, American forces had to sit there and sweat out these nuisance raids. McCain recommended something be done. And when in October 1942, he became Chief of Bureau Aeronautics. And Bureau of Aeronautics. He instituted studies to deal with Japanese night flying aircraft. Captain Arthur W. Radford, in charge of naval air training, alerted his flight instructors to the new menace. A team of Marine Corps aviators returned from England in June 1943 with the information that the British have found out very differently that the twin-engine night fighter is a necessity. Buer thereupon turned to Grumman again, and that company had been developing a heavily armed radar-equipped twin-engine night fighter, the XF-7F Tiger Cat. The first production model of this airplane flew in December 1943. In the meantime, the Navy needed a night fighter and adopted the land-based F-4U Corsair as a makeshift solution. Commander W.J. Gus Windhelm trained a detachment of 5 radar-equipped Navy night Corsairs during the summer, and then took it to the Solomons for combat testing. It proved successful. The night Corsairs might conceivably be placed aboard the fast carriers, as Japanese night air attacks were increasing in the Solomons, an indication of what might appear in the Central Pacific. Admiral Nimitz therefore suggested to Vice Admiral Towers that 4-plane night fighter detachments be placed aboard each new carrier, but Towers preferred to await the results of Windhelm's experiment. So the new fast carriers went to war without a night defensive capability. The Fast Carrier Task Force then would be initiating several new pieces of equipment in the battle. The Essex-class heavy carrier, the Independence-class light carrier, the F-6F Hellcat fighter, multiple-channel VHF radios, and the PPI and DRT radars. Supporting these ships would be the proximity-fused 5-inch 38 shell, an arsenal of 40mm and 20mm anti-aircraft guns, and a host of new and modernized older battleships, cruisers, and destroyers. The Japanese decision after the naval battle of Guadalcanal in November 1942 to abandon that island marked a turning point in Japan's hopes to win the war. Unable to afford the losses in fighting for Guadalcanal, Admiral Yamamoto had to give up his attempts to engage and destroy the remnants of the American fleet. He could only wait until that fleet was reinforced by American industry, and then victory would be impossible. The hope of Axis victory in Europe was also dashed after the Allied invasion of North Africa. That same month, and the surrender of the German army before Stalingrad 2 months later. Then in May 1943, the German army in North Africa surrendered. Guadalcanal was evacuated in February. The Japanese garrison at Attu in the Aleutians was annihilated in May. Yamamoto made one final attempt to reverse Japanese fortunes in April by sending the planes from 4 of his carriers to battle American air forces in the Solomons and New Guinea. Badly battered, these squadrons had to be recalled by Yamamoto, who was himself ambushed in the air and killed days later. These setbacks led the Japanese emperor to deem it essential to end the war without a moment's delay, and in April 1943 peace moves were begun within Japanese political circles. The change in Japan's strategy from offensive to defensive was not lost on Japan's enemy. Admiral Towers announced to his aviators in April that the enemy has definitely gone on the strategic defensive, and his limited air strength is being conserved for employment against worthwhile shipping targets. In late June, Halsey's forces jumped off from Guadalcanal by attacking New Georgia and the Central Solomons. It fell within 2 weeks. As other islands fell to the South Pacific Drive, cruiser-destroyer battles ensued, sometimes joined by land-based air. Then on the 8th of September, Italy surrendered, freeing some British vessels in the Mediterranean for servicing in the ocean against Japan. Though the more realistic leaders of Japan sought to make peace, in mid-1943 the militant faction led by Prime Minister Hideki Tojo still prevailed. In September, Japanese strategists held an imperial conference to decide general policy for proceeding the remainder of the war. Although every effort was to be made in countering American and British advances in the following year, Japan would rapidly build up the decisive battle strength, especially air power, and prosecute the war on our own initiative at the latest by around the middle of 1944. Japan was therefore losing the battle of industry. Whereas new American ships and planes became available in mid-1943, Japan's would not be ready for another year. It's a very interesting book to read. It's an old book by now. Please note there is a lot of new study. There's Kaigan, there's all sorts of things out there which are really worthwhile reading, but it's an interesting study still. I was asking, I guess you'd have to change VLS from the current muzzle loaders to some sort of breech loaders to pluck a new missile from below the deck rather than from the top. It's an interesting scenario working it out and figuring it out. How you solve it. Team 1, air bombardment is one thing, but read recently about a real scale of artillery bombardment sound ground. Nothing like howitzer ammo for opening an house. Yep. Nice, interesting. I would suggest that we now have much improved interceptors. I've seen a recent engagement which utilised 2 interceptors per incoming ballistic threat. Wonder if they would use single interceptors on a non-ballistic threat. Nope. They'll always use 2. Because, let's put it this way, if you fire one and it misses, and you haven't fired the second one already, you have got a serious problem on your hands. So, you have to bear in mind that the air missile could miss. And whilst the engineering and salesman and all the things in a perfect scenario, in a perfect testing, in a perfect exercise, yes, you'll hit first time, woohoo! But you don't rely on that. You rely on, you have the second one. Because honestly, if the first one, if that missile gets through, what's good saving that missile done for you? Thank you, Craig H. Very kind of you to say. I think there might be nuances to the different scenarios of defense depending upon the launch platforms involved, the dribbles and flood attacks. Potentially. But it's still an issue. John Cameron, with armed merchants becoming obsolete post-World War II, do you think in the modern world with 1 or 2 missile-sinking ship-converted armed merchant cruisers could see a return in war? I could see them, especially with maybe container ships, etc. If you could make a defensive container-based defensive system that you could put on a ship just by arranging the containers, I could see that coming back to provide them with some defense against a missile attack and long-range missile strikes. Close-in weapon system, something like that system. To give them a chance, basically. And sort of, it probably would have to be jamming gear, possibly some point defense missiles, some cam, something like system, or something like that. Excuse me, I will not be long, but idiot isn't, not idiot, my darling, wonderful sister is out trying to move a bench again. What are you up to, you? Why are you doing that? I know I have a bad foot, but no, you don't need to. No. don't know. Sisters. Sisters. Ay, caramba. Sisters. Ah, fudge. That's better though. It's bandage, it's fine. Ah, sisters. Not for him. The issue of reloads feels like it could be solved by cocoons for the missiles, but that's probably like try that. But the trouble is, it's maneuvering the actual missile into place and getting into VLS. It's a whole system system. On Naval Bomb, Drac talked about Warspite sending 50 rounds rapid into an armoured column. When was this? So I can look up the incident. It's I think it's during Normandy. And basically, yes, she just blasted away. And I think it was somewhere in the region of... If I'm not mistaken, it was 56 rounds, not 50 rounds. But it was roughly 56 rounds. It was basically fire salvos as quickly as you can get. And it was... seven... I think, was it 7 salvos they fired? They fired 7 salvos as quickly as they could. Why did the USN go from closed bows, Lexington, to open bows, Ranger to Midway, to closed bows, supercarrier refits? Seems odd to switch back in the 50s, given experience both by late 30s. It depends on the seas you're operating in. If you're planning on operating in the North Atlantic and the High North, you go for closed bows. It's again, the scenario I've often pointed out. If you're planning on operating in the Mid-Atlantic or you're operating in the Pacific, etc., you can go for open bows and it's fine. But once you're building up your carrier, you're building up the strength of your flight deck as well to take the things. Closed bows become to an extent sensible then. But also once you're planning on operating in the North Atlantic, let's put it this way: a lot of American Navy designers were going, yeah, you British, you don't include deck parking, all these other things, and then they tried operating in the North Atlantic with the Royal Navy after World War II, and they went, frigate. Yep. Alex slipped that one out. I don't know what you're saying. Thank you, History Vanguard. It's a pleasure, and good luck with it. Thomas, re-SAM incoming. As long as your own ship, an SM-6, and after an ESML-2 is acceptable, protecting other ships in combat, launch SM-6 in pairs. Yeah. I was thinking, so what RN and Nigerian ships worried the USN that they had to build the Pensacola class? Counties. And the IJN's basically everything the IJN built that worried them. Thank you, Jack Ray. Thank you for the memberships. Siglar, on that point about container ships, could you not containerize a VLS system? Actually, they've looked into it, and so far the answer is not really. But I would point out there is StanFlex. But StanFlex modules are not loaded over, not reloaded over sea. So there are issues going on through there. I wouldn't get bruises. I can run faster than her, even injured. I love my sister. Plus, also, she relies on me for cooking food. So all I have to do is threaten not to cook, and frankly, I usually win. I love my sister dearly, but basically she's, well, it was on my list of things to, and I finally got to it today. Got to it now. What? Then manage your lists better. Stop putting everything on a Sunday, so in the middle of the evening you are trying to. And why again are we? She moves those benches around almost every other week. So either the benches or the pot she's trying to move around. And if they were sat on grass, I'd understand it, but they're on the paving slabs, so they're not. It's not like you're moving them around the grass, so the grass doesn't get weird underneath them. Sorry, completely off topic. Actually, hold on. Sorry, I propose we crowdfund a help Dr. Clarke's garden and possibly cookery classes. Could put it as a sort of technical we should have a technical difficulty screen. I left you with a picture. Let's be honest. I left you with a gorgeous picture. Come on, there's HMS Nelson, which you can see here. There's HMS Renown. There's Duke of York, and there's HMS Formidable. Come on, that's gorgeous. That is absolutely gorgeous. Why am I suddenly looking like I'm bathed in white? I think on our Type 83s we have suggested a variety of gun-based systems. Russians. Ever seen the Chinese? Probably I was originally cruise missile. Actually, it's a Russian system, which then the Indians developed, and the Indians have actually BrahMos, and the Chinese are trying to copy. Yeah. Horribly coded JavaScript there is. Sorry to hear that. Union means the ship cells within the array, as different missile types will be placed in different clusters within the array. Yeah, that's another fun run on. It's just VLS systems are complicated, and we've done a lot to perfect their utility as in their system as they are, but not a lot thinking about. Hang on, how do we make it as a utility of a ship? So the VLS have been developed to as perfect as we can get in terms of utility as a VLS, in terms of launching system, but not as a strategic utility for a ship, as the magazine that's exposed on deck to launch weapons. Alright, I found that giving things helps my anxiety OCD. Thank you. I was going to ask just how many times I have no idea. Her and my mum have conversations almost every week about, actually, wouldn't the garden look better like... I swear the garden's back how it looked about a couple of months ago. Don't ask me why. Okay, just look. There are things in life I am prepared to argue, pontificate on, and discuss. There are things in life I will never accept, and there are things I have learned long ago to just accept. There has been a long debate amongst the cousins in my family as to how much pre-trained I am for if I eventually do end up finding a life partner and living with her and maybe marrying and have kids, all that sort of thing. And apparently I am 90% of the way there pre-trained, in that I have already learnt there are things you do not argue on. There are things you just sit and listen to and go, I agree, they're the worst, or I agree, and you don't try and fix. I have learnt all this, because I'm the only boy in 40 cousins, and believe it or not, after the amount of time I've spent dealing with that lot, yeah. Also, I've apparently learnt the ability to be able to hold an entire conversation without switching my brain on, which is just amazing. By that I mean switching my brain to the conversation. I'm still thinking about something else in my head, and retain what was actually discussed. They're fairly certain my brain's not switched on, because they go, you don't actually give different points of view, you just listen and generally offer basic views on the same point, and go, amazing. I'll have a question, but have there been any decisions or premises of such that have surprised you and wish they did do a book on it? There are a few going through. There's some interesting stuff going through. There's a PhD thesis I'm currently helping out with / mentoring on the topic of dockyard infrastructure and its construction and methodology of construction, its history behind it, and the planning of it. And it's a really interesting topic. I doubt it would make a mass volume book, but I wouldn't be surprised if it makes a Rutledge book. It's that good. Greg, I would say get a metal hand truck trolley for the garden, but it may make the problem worse. Yes, because then she can move it 3 or 4 times a week and really hurt her back. The problem is my sister is not actually supposed to lift things. She's damaged her back and enough over the years. She's not supposed to go around lifting heavy objects. And when I say heavy objects, she's allowed to lift the corgi, but anything heavier than the corgi is a no-no. And even the corgi is probably not supposed to be lifted. Actually, the problem with that picture is that Agent of the Middle is still trying to engage battleships with her guns. Yes! Yeah, she is. But she looks good doing it. Don't see. Do you know if forts had secondary powder magazines, but outside of the walls in the 18th and 19th centuries? They didn't usually have them built outside of the walls, but they would often have magazines. You see, the thing is, so when you're constructing magazines in a fort, you might well construct. If you're constructing little forts around around a central site, you'd have a larger magazine and maybe a couple of larger magazines inside, sort of that you could centrally resupply those forts from. If you're a fort which is an outstanding, you'll have a primary powder magazine, but you'll also often have another space which is designated to be a secondary powder magazine, where you'll stockpile stuff. Excuse the cough there. I'm going to get some water. So secondary powder magazines are quite normal, but you wouldn't want to store them outside your fort. You want them still be able to be got at for defensive purposes and to be able to protect it from the enemy. Because otherwise you could be supplying powder to your opponent. Or you might be cut off from them yourself. Either way, not exactly a good scenario. In fact, a very bad scenario. So, as a rule, you tend to have them inside. And that's why, if you're looking at 6-sided, etc. forts, you'll often find about 3 or so powder stores in them. Sometimes more. Sometimes they'll put a powder store in each wall. Hang on. Yeah, I was right. That is the space for it. Paul Westwick, Dr. Clarke, may I suggest spiral ground anchors and large padlocks to which only you have the key, the only key as a fixer to bag guaranteeing benches? I like limbs attached and I like being able to sleep, so no, but a good idea. Reynolds, did you ever figure out the contamination problem? No, and it's happening again. I mean, no, it's happening again. Because we're all getting weird headaches, and mine magically disappear when I go and work up in London for a few days. So the USN was worried about the new IJ and Iron-class cruisers being built or being built between last time I was finishing and laying down off Skua. They're worrying about the ones being built, mainly. But also, they're worrying about a different war. You have to remember the Pensacola's are built for the scouting fleet, and they're built to be high-speed raiders and long-range reconnaissance ships. Labo Maximus, I've heard that modern Navy ships have radar that's so powerful it can have problems with merchant ships. Did radar have lower power extents to keep it operational in ship lanes or low power radar? You can often vary the output of your radars, and it's very rare that radars operate at full power in peacetime. I have sisters. You just do not argue and just agree to it when you're the only male in 35 cousins, soon to be 37. Only boy in 40. I feel your pain. Now the younger generation, there are boys. There are other boys in the generation coming up there, kids. There are boys. But to be fair, I do boys' cousins day out, girl cousins day out, and all little cousins days out every month. Not every month. Well, every month I do one of them, and yeah, give them all a lot of fun. That's my main social life, taking out under 14s. I enjoy it. I'm taking the history things. Before anyone asks, no pictures will ever be posted of us going to them. No, they will never be announced before we go to them or anything like that, because they are for my little cousins, and also they are my little cousins. I don't put pictures of them online. I don't even put pictures of them on my Facebook. I'm fairly sure I'm in their Facebook and their Instagram, but I don't link to them to mine at all. And I do not allow them to link to mine because it's all public. Jack Ray, I sometimes try to rotate 3D objects in my mind in order to focus on listening to some people. It can help. Take care, Stafford. Good luck with your phone. Colin Cameron, secondary powder magazine, the church crypt. There have been all sorts of interesting places. Dream, that's what I was thinking about. There was one at Fort York, Toronto, though. Apparently that went off during the fighting, during the War of 1812, killing US General Zerlin Pike and most of the regulars with him while they were still mustering to attack the fort, leaving militia unit in charge of the battle. Are you sure that was a secondary powder magazine or a mine? Because if there happened to be a load of powder stored in a certain place which would go boom just where you thought the enemy would be assembling to organise their attack, that sounds to me more like a happy accident / mine. Very cool padlock, not in 6040. Very cool collection of padlocks, I should say, because I had it flashed up a little bit and it just showed me the central padlock, and then I opened up. Oh, yeah. Take care, Callan. Go and get some sleep. The only reason I'm doing the live as long as I am this evening is because, well, honestly, I'm enjoying it. And as I've said, I've spent the last few days writing up, and I can give you sort of a list of some of the vessels coming up in the key ship series, because they're the ones I've spent most time writing up, because there are quite so many of them to write up. We are through Key Ship Series 1, but not all of them are out yet. All of them are recorded, though. And then also in May, we'll be starting Key Ship Series 2, which is going to start off with the Graf Zeppelin on the 1st of May. Then there will be the G3 and N3 designs on the 3rd of May. Then there will be the Lexington-class battle cruisers on the 5th of May. Just because I can. The Amagi class battle cruisers on the 12th of May, because I fancy it. The Francisco Caracolo class on the 19th of May, because I like them. The Stalingrad class battle cruisers on the 26th of May, because, well, I felt like it. The Tillman battleship story on the 2nd of June, including stuff about Senator Tillman. Please note, I'm talking about his naval affairs stuff rather than his race relations stuff, which are particularly unsavory, but, you know, that's him. Frankly, in the nicest way, considering some of the stuff he managed to get involved with on his time as chairman of the Naval Committee, we'll leave that to one side. It wasn't exactly the best. In any way, shape or form. HMS Cossack is going to be starting off the Key Ship Series 3 on the 4th of June. And then on the 10th of June, we have USS Texas. The 11th of June, we have HMS Warspite. The 17th of June, we have USS Enterprise. The 18th of June, we have HMS Nebun. The 24th of June, we have USS Monitor. And then 25th of June, we have HMS Illustrious. And then we have HMS Renown. And we might also have HMS Ark Royal added in as well. I might add in Ark Royal as well. I've got that as a listed option. In which case, if Ark Royal is done, then frankly, that makes life very interesting. Because if I add in Ark Royal... tempting. Apparently 700 feet from the troops assembling, there is a video of an archaeology they would forward somewhere on YouTube. Yeah, if you put enough stuff there, that's gonna make it doesn't matter how close they are, it's gonna work. Maximus, we'll be seeing you and Drax sing Heart of Oak and Nelson period uniforms when the 42,000 goal is reached. If we reach that, or rather, you know, we have to reach a certain figure by the end of this month, really. In order to be able to book the stuff up, we have to reach pretty much the halfway point by the end of this month, if not roughly 20... We've got to reach roughly 25 grand by the end of this month to be really in a chance of doing it, because we need to do some booking of flights, etc. And we need to do them soon. And if we reach all those figures, we'll be really, really happy. But we've got to reach roughly 25, 26 grand by the end of this month. So we've got about 7 days to do that. So it's fingers crossed. It's fingers crossed. It's often in life fingers crossed. So the USN scouting force was supposed to be Lexington, Chester's, Omaha's, and Pensacola's, right? Pretty much. Nine Productions. I heard the USN when starting up Top Gun in the late 60s drew from the British training, I believe, for the Fleet Air Arm, but not sure now. Do you know anything about it? They drew from a lot of different training sources, but they did, one of the places where they did go to was the Fleet Air Arm because they'd impressed them. But that was mainly because the Fleet Air Arm had, in their words, kept on working and being impressive. It wasn't. It was one of the services they drew from, but they drew from their own quite extensively in their own experience and understandings. They were looking at the various models available. I think that's because Drax recorded the videos in advance. He has got a live coming up. I think he was planning a live this weekend, and I'm sure he has a reason. I'm sure, in the nicest way, if he hasn't done his live, there's a very good reason for him not to have done. So I'm sure it will come up in his next live. There are going to be lots of interesting key ships. So basically, I keep looking at the list of suggestions for key ships, and Series 4 and 5, and possibly we'll get up to Series 6 this year of key ships. And there's roughly 10 or so ships in each series. Will be are sort of the going to be some suggestions done in comments on the key ships. But to be fair, the first 3 series, because of when they're being done and the organisation going into them, it's basically a case of me putting them together as quickly as possible and recording them as quickly as possible, because I have to record. Let's work it out. If I shrink that down to multiple versions. Let's see. I have to record this week 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17. So I have to record 17. Which is series 2 and 3. That is series 2 and 3. Series 2 has 7 ships, Series 3 has 10 ships. The April 23 Patreon dry dock is next week, Doc. Ah. Well. He told me he had a live this week. Might have got it wrong. But when we were talking on Friday, I think he said he had a live this week. Adrian's can't see which one? The World War I or World War II version? Considering the book I wrote, which do you think? They're going to have shameless book plugs in. Adrian, Tillman is amusing because he went, I'm annoyed at you for asking bigger ships and asking for how big. Yes and no. You have to remember there are various things going on, including his obsession with trying to get all the construction from South Carolina. I think we have edged over the edged out of the history discussion into a modern technological political discussion in the chat. Just going to point that out. No, I thought he said that too. No, he said to, I'm sure he said to me it was this week. No. I removed content for a good reason, but yeah, I can see the live will good time launch campaign. So it will be the lives. It's the lives we're doing. And the thing is, I do a lot more lives. That's one of the things that's sort of my style in this channel, is because I enjoy the lives. I enjoy talking to you. So if you consider, since we did the official launch, which I think was Thursday, I think, I did a live on Thursday. I did a Twitch stream Friday. I did a Twitch stream today. I did another live today. This live today, and so I've talked about it far more. So actually, I could be egotistical and go, well, currently most of the donations coming in are, you know, but Garrus has also done because he's got regular lives, and this is one of the things. Again, it works when it's the four of us because we are good content between the four of us. And you know, the four of us get. The amount of content we can produce when it's the four of us going to do the things together is exponentially greater than the amount of content is produced when it's just one of us going on our own. Take care, Carmen Gosford. Yeah, having medical discussions with Dan in the chat is never a good idea, because I would say this. Dan tends to bring up the very mundane things and go, yeah, there are issues. Please, Renan, don't even write that in a comment in a chat. There are people who would try. Right. So, I'm going to say it's now 20 past. It's 4 hours and 20 minutes long, this video, this live has been. And I'm hoping you've all had a lovely time. I know I've had a lovely time. Thank you for watching. And I'm going to say, take care, and thank you to everyone who's been part. So thank you, Renan. Thank you, Alt92. Thank you, HS Verdun. Thank you, Jack Ray. Thank you, Captain Seafort. Question one asking, given how big a jump of the old rivers and tribals both were in terms of destroying naval technology. Yes. It's sort of me finishing off, but I'm going to answer Captain Seafort's question. No Bruships next week. There won't be a Bruships next week, but there are going to be recorded video. Or is it going to be a recorded video as a premiere? And I'll be watching from central London, where I'll be sitting in a travel lodge. I am once again staying in a travel lodge, which has notoriously bad Wi-Fi. So no, I am not. I'm not putting a video on anything on for you all. Thank you, Maximus. Thank you, Jack Ray, for all the memberships. Thank you, Nitro Productions. Thank you, Dan Freeman and Stafford. Thank you, Melanie6040. Thank you, Carter Drasnus and Mr. Rennie's End. Thank you, Jos Fonk. Thank you, Paul Beswick. Thank you, everyone. Captain Steve, you haven't finished your question. You have a question. Question we're asking, given how big a jump the old rivers and tribals both were in terms of destroying naval technology, I'm presuming there's more to come, Captain Seafort. And thank you, George Newman. Thank you. I think we had Byron Newman as well, didn't we have tonight? We had Craig H. Thank you, Richards. Thank you, Leslie Mitchell. Thank you, New Akibu 4472. Thank you, Andreas Galdo Garcia. Thank you, Yickers. Thank you, De Brock. Thank you, Garrus the Brit. Thank you, Craig H. Thank you, Albazaski. Thank you, Bob Fry. Thank you, Stephen White. Thank you, Dan I. Thank you, I2. Thank you, Anuk. Thank you, 96841. I think I might have said that or not, but not sure. And thank you, Stafford. I swear you've changed your photo. You have. And Richards, you changed your photos as well, I think, since I last looked at them. Seriously. Good lord, seemed like 50 years in AG Aviation. My first boss was served in the US Saratoga pre-war. Learned how to cover aircraft from him during the winter. So stitching fabric and painting stairmans. Take care, on. Enjoy. Stafford. Just before it blacked out. Run on, tutting over your iron bro at Paul Stafford. Take care, everyone. Thank you for watching and hope you enjoyed. Toodaloo. Oh. Captain. Oh, no, wrong. Cap Seaforth, I was referring to a question about whether the Cossack was World War I or World War II version. World War II version. I like the World War II version. She's pretty. Take care, on.